Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, Pam, you ready? Paul, you ready? No. Pam's, yours is pretty. It looks like it has scalloped edges. It looks like it has scalloped edges. Your mask. Oh, I don't know. It's kind of pretty. Thank you. All right. Just give us a minute. We're going to wait for Councilman Vagianos to get ready. Great. Are you ready? Great. All right. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Before I actually begin, I just want to make sure that everyone can hear okay. I know that sometimes, you're okay, Rourke? You're good? Okay, very good. All right. I'm going to just remind everyone to please speak into your microphones with the mask. It becomes a little bit difficult to hear. All right, so we're going to call this meeting to order. The Ridgewood Village Council Public Workshop, January 5th, 2022. The time is 7:32 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same as provided by law. The schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call. Here.
Here. Here.
Here. Please join us for the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join us in a moment of silence for our men and women serving our nation and for all of our first responders. Thank you. Before we go to public comment, I just want to remind everyone, first I want to just thank my amazing council colleagues and village staff for getting our act together to allow for in-person meeting this evening. It's just amazing, the monumental effort and the collaborative effort that went into this, and we are grateful that everyone is wearing a mask and staying safe, and we hope to continue in person in this manner. So with that, we will go to public comment, not to exceed 3 minutes per person. Please come up to the microphone, state your name and address for the record, and please make sure that the microphone is positioned so that we can hear you.
Russell Forenza, 228 Emma Place, Ridgewood, New Jersey, 07450-28013. I want to talk about first what you put into the Village of Council and Meetings agenda, and it starts off, beginning January 1st, 2022, each household is limited to putting out a maximum of 7 items on bulk pickup day. This will reduce the amount of bulk refuse being put into the landfills, which will save the village money. We request that you donate, and et cetera, to nonprofits and blah, 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 blah. Very good. I disagree with that 7 items. Obviously, that's why I'm here. First of all, it does not save the landfills anything. That's completely false. If I have 25 items, or say 28 items...
Excuse me, Mr. Forenza, would you mind putting your mask over your mouth and nose, please?
I would, but you wouldn't be able to hear me, and there's nobody around me that I'm affecting.
If you would do that, this is...
I'm sorry, Councilman. I can't be heard unless I have this down. I will not be heard.
You can hear me, so
right.
I'll be able to hear you.
Do I have to put it back up, or can I talk like this?
Point of order. Everyone stop. Just stop. All right. You should continue. Go ahead, Russ. If you
Thank you
feel,
very much.
I'm going to ask if you feel comfortable putting your mask up, please do so. If you do not, and I know for some people it is difficult to speak with the mask on.
Just to keep everybody confident, I had the antibodies before I got vaccinated.
We don't need
I had
the medical.
the antibodies after I got vaccinated, and I still got the antibodies.
Point of order. We don't need your medical.
Just so you know.
Not asking anyone for medical history. We're just all trying to remain safe. We are trying to conduct. We are trying to continue with in-person meetings and maintain a safe protocol for everyone. So if you feel comfortable putting your mask up, do so. If not, please just continue.
I will continue. So, if you have 28 items, that means you put 7 items out one day. The next time you put another 7 items and another 7 items, another 7 items, till you're finished. How does that save landfill? Everybody's got it. So, yes, if you can't want to put them all at once, then you got to call and have a special pickup, which costs you money. So, again, people are getting hit needlessly. The landfills aren't saving anything, and we're getting lost with an extra cost. So I disagree with that. If anybody can prove me wrong, please prove me wrong. Also, we have to give our address. It would be nice if the council and everybody sitting on the administration would give their address also. I don't see why we would have to do it and you people don't do it also. So I think that would be appropriate. If we're letting everybody know where we live, we should let everybody know where you live. And the reason I say that is, and I would never do this, by the way, okay? So I'm saying I will never do this. But with this 7-item thing, you're going to get a lot of people that say, you know what, I got 20 items. Let me go over to Councilman Paul's house and drop off 5 and let him get rid of them. Or let's go to the next council person or the next council person or the attorney or the village clerk or whoever you want, Mayor, and let's put it out and we'll get rid of it. You're going to have I think you're taking away from my time because when you spoke. So
I'll give you another 20 seconds, Russ. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say here.
Sounds like we have a New Year's new alarm. And by the way, Happy New Year, everyone.
Yes, Happy New Year.
Off to a good start. Go ahead. 20 seconds.
So the amount of bulk items will never diminish, and it'll always be there, and we're getting hit with a charge. We paid enough for our municipal taxes, our county taxes, our school taxes, the environmental taxes, and every other darn tax that you can throw at us, and I don't think this is fair to charge us or have a limit put out on bulk items. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ.
I'll put
Excuse
the
me.
mask back up. So the Councilman Paul here.
Thank you, Russ. Appreciate it. Excuse me, Susan. I believe we said we were going to stream this into this
Yes, we are.
and that we would make an announcement asking all members of the public, requesting them to go into the.
So what we said what we would do is, and just to take a time out here, we said if we had any more than the 16 chairs filled, that we would have the overflow go downstairs into the Annie Zuzi room. And we were also asking village staff to remain outside in the hallway in order to allow for additional social distancing if the seats were all occupied. But it appears that our staff, we're okay. So I think we're okay right now. Go ahead.
Excuse me, Susan, that's not what we discussed earlier
Okay.
today.
We're going to continue. That is, I believe that's where we didn't say we were going to empty out this room.
No, we discussed
Okay.
that if there were any more than 3 or 4 people in the room, that we would ask them
All right.
to go downstairs.
So I'm going to just ask village staff to step out into the hallway for a few minutes. And I don't know if the Green, Shade Tree Commission, who's here for Shade Tree? Oh, 2 outside. So Carol, are you comfortable just waiting a minute outside? It's up to you. You can stay. I think you're okay. We're good. Okay, go ahead. All right. Mr. Hallaby, go ahead.
My contribution to the cause.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Rorick Hallaby, 1 Franklin Avenue. These are copies of an email I sent to the Village Council and others on December 9, following the VC meeting of December 8, in which Susan Knutson and Michael Seedon basically called Siobhan Cran Winograd a liar. This email contains an interview of Heather Maylander in which she contradicts Michael Seedon's assertions. I quote, Heather Maylander, the village manager, confirmed after the meeting that only the berm has been submitted for approval. The other 2/3 of the property had not yet been. The email also contains an email that I obtained via Oprah, in which Susan Knutson writes to Heather Maylander on October 21, 2020, kindly have the patio and add a pergola. The pergola was added as Susan Knudsen's directive and not behind her back in some nefarious plot by village employees. Don't shake your head, ma'am.
I'm allowed
No,
to-
you'll not shake your head.
Point of order, Mr.
Point of
Hallaby,
order for
please.
you.
Mr. Hallaby, please continue. It's
And
a
not
free
behind her
country.
back
I'm
in
entitled.
some
I am
nefarious
entitled
plot
to my
by
first
village
right.
employees. You're interrupting me.
I'm entitled to shake my head.
You look silly.
All right, thank you.
By village employees to embarrass her and Michael Seaton. I have a copy for every one of you, and I would like to add a copy for the record of the meeting. The callous way Ms. Cran-Winograd was treated, being bullied and called a liar, without having an opportunity to defend herself is disgraceful. And I believe Susan Knudsen and Michael Seaton should be censured by the rest of the council for their behavior. And speaking of censure, why hasn't Susan Knudsen been censured for the VC meeting of July 14th when she appeared in a packed meeting, prancing around the floor like an MC at a wedding,
You know, I'm going to actually call a point of
unvaccinated
order. I'm
and
actually
unmasked?
going to call a point of order,
Over
Mr.
800,000 Americans, one in every 400, has died due to COVID, many thanks to cynical and irresponsible behavior like this. And speaking of COVID, when will this council act responsibly and have hybrid meetings? I'm an 81-year-old man with a serious lung condition, and I take my life into my hands every time I appear in public like this. But you know something? I did not come to this country to stand in fear of anyone, especially when facing a bunch of politicians like you. One last point. Susan Knudsen has criticized the head of a major village department by name on at least 3 occasions recently. Every time she is caught asleep at the wheel.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hallaby.
She
your
must
time-
come up with a...
Mr. Hallaby, your time is expired. Thank you very much.
I did not hear that.
Your
I did not
time
hear
is
that.
expired, Mr. Hallaby.
I did not hear that.
It went off. Thank you very much, Mr. Hallaby.
I did not hear that.
Mr. Hallaby, the beeper went off. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Thank you. Mr. Hallaby, your
You
time...
owe that employee
Mr.
an apology, and you should be censured for doing that.
Mr. Hallaby, thank you.
Where in the Faulkner Act does it say any council member can throw an employee under the bus? Okay? It's disgraceful. It's
Mr.
disgusting.
Hallaby,
Really.
thank you.
Time's up.
Thank you.
I have a question. Heather, are we streaming into the Annie Zusi room right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we
I'm
are.
going to request, forgive me, I am exceptionally careful about COVID. I'm 65 years old, and I'm very concerned. And I would greatly appreciate for anyone who would help by monitoring after you speak, monitoring the rest of the council meeting from the Annie Zusi room, so that we have less people in the room, less people speaking. It's a big room. We've now cut the crowd in half, and we'll all be a little safer. And again, it's something I'm requesting, so I'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Brian Kahn. I live at 67 North Hillside Place here in Ridgewood. Thank you for allowing me to be here, and Happy New Year to everybody. I'm here because I want to express my concern about the quality of our water. Ingesting it over time can cause a myriad of health issues, from birth defects to organ failure to a reduction of the effectiveness for vaccines. These are the words from our own Ridgewood Water Company. Ridgewood Water's response to all of this, its failure to supply all of us with water that is safe, was effectively, don't drink the water. I get dry Januaries, but this sort of hit me like a ton of bricks. I understand there's a 12-step program to remedy some of these issues, if not all these issues. I would like to know, and I understand one of those steps has been completed. I would like to know what the timeline is for the other 11 steps, and upon completion, will we be compliant? Will we have safe water? I believe Mr. Calaby is a credentialed engineer that runs the department, and I hope and pray candidly that he's up to the task to execute on this plan, and I hope you have your faith in this manager. Finally, I would like to ask, and I will follow up with emails, with a little more transparency about the organization of the water department. How many employees does it have? What's the depth of their and the quality of their engineering staff and the like? When you go on the website, it doesn't give you a lot of information, so that would be very helpful. The scope and the severity of this issue, especially during COVID times, must be addressed. And as I said, thank you for your time, and I will follow up with the mayor with my specific questions. Thank you again.
Thank you, Brian.
Hi, Ann Burton Walsh, 112 South Irving. I just wanted to thank the council and the Shade Tree Commission very much for putting in the trees on East Ridgewood Avenue between Maple and Cottage Place. It was wonderful to see those go in. I know there are many complicating factors, so I really appreciate that we got this done. Looking forward to phase 2. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ann.
Hi, Siobhan Cram, Winnicrad, 274 Ivy Place. The last time I spoke, there appeared to be an issue regarding a statement that I made regarding the diversion and its ties to Shedler. So I wrote something up, and I'll send you this right up in case I don't make it through. The Broad Street diversion and Shedler are tied financially. In the early 1980s, when I was a student at Orchard Elementary School, there was a small park on the west side of South Broad Street with a lovely playscape. For a myriad of reasons, in the mid-1980s, the Village of Ridgewood removed the park and built housing on that acreage. In 2015, the state of New Jersey conducted a park inventory and determined that this action was a serious violation, known as a diversion, and significant penalties were assessed against our village. The initial penalty was a requirement to replace the land at a ratio of 6-to-1. For every acre of land inappropriately taken by the village, 6 additional acres would need to be added back in as green space, and to replace the playground elsewhere within Ridgewood's borders. In addition, our pipeline from cash from the state from Green Acres, which is now approximately $750,000, was frozen. Essentially, Ridgewood has been placed in a park funding timeout. This issue came into focus again in 2019 as Broad Street and Woodside Park became the adjacent sites of some large-scale developments. At the time, it emerged that Green Acres had reduced the requirements from 6-to-1 ratio to 2-to-1, and the land didn't have to be in one contiguous parcel. As of today, that replacement land, totaling slightly less than 1 acre, appears to be in the works thanks to former Mayor Hauchet's efforts. However, the playground, which is currently budgeted at $102,000, is still an open issue. This past fall, the Village Council proposed a replacement playground at Kings Pond, although there was no request for the playground from the public, and the presence of water and waterfowl, i.e. the geese, is problematic in that area. Meanwhile, a play structure at Shedler is wanted and long overdue. The village has owned Shedler for 13 years and as every step has intended to put a playground there. The plan proposed by Shedler ad hoc and approved by the Village Council and the public for years included a playground. But that plan has been materially altered before its submission to SHPO and has since been rejected twice. Finally, getting a plan in place will resolve the Broad Street diversion, save taxpayers the extra $102,000 for a Kings Pond playground no one wants, makes little sense, and finally get a playground in the area that wants and needs it. I would like to request that the Village Council partner with SHPO to develop a formal, comprehensive plan for Shedler, including the diversion playground, that can finally be approved and implemented this year. Ridgewood has waited too long for this commitment to our parks, our children, our environment, and our taxes. Thanks.
Good evening, Happy New Year. Bob Upton, 172 West Glen Avenue. I just want to express appreciation to the council and the village management for supporting the tree inventory, working on a tree ordinance, and hopefully you'll continue to support the tree budget. So I'm anxious to hear the shade tree presentation this evening. I also want to express appreciation to the village administration and the recycling department for the support of the efforts of Green Ridgewood to collect styrofoam and reduce the amount of styrofoam. And so want to express support for the proposal tonight about the trial of a densifier. And lastly, to thank Pam and other members of the Green Ridgewood group proposing the eager energy aggregation program, and hope that you'll view that favorably as well. So thank you all for the good work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else?
Yeah. Hi, Andy Verity, 111 Sherwood Road. Wish everybody a Happy New Year. I noticed that pickleball sound levels is on the agenda tonight, so I just wanted to make a few brief comments. The pickleball players in Ridgewood have taken a number of measures to reduce the sound noise level of pickleball. I mean, one good example is that they use noise reduction rackets. Second, they use noise reduction balls. And this is a significant compromise because most pickleball players do not want to use these noise reduction equipment because it dulls the game to some extent. But again, the Ridgewood pickleball players have made that sacrifice in accommodation to the neighbors. The Ridgewood pickleball players also supported the installation of sound insulation around the fences. They supported that. And last but not least, they agreed to and supported a sound test, which was conducted with the consent of everybody. And as everybody knows, pickleball very easily passed the sound test and was deemed to be an acceptable sound noise level within a suburban community. And I noticed that at prior meetings, some of the neighbors complaining about pickleball compared it to a cannon being fired. And I thought that was somewhat disingenuous. I think that that's just not a valid comparison. Others complain that homes are being sold in the area because of the pickleball noise. Again, I think that's a disingenuous comment to make. And last but not least, they fail to mention or acknowledge the fact that there are dozens of Ridgewood residents who live adjacent to fields and schoolyards, like myself. And I could tell you, I live adjacent to the Willard schoolyard, and the noise level there has increased dramatically throughout the years. There's more softball games, there's lacrosse matches, soccer matches, carnivals. But I accept that because I, as a homeowner, made a conscious decision to purchase a house adjacent to a schoolyard. And I know that Ridgewood is a growing and thriving community that accepts change. And I acknowledge that the noise levels in any schoolyard are bound to increase. And I think the neighbors who live next to the pickleball courts have to make the same acceptance. One good example I'll give is that in the Willard schoolyard, they built a brand new playground right adjacent to somebody's home. And that neighbor has not complained. The neighbor has not requested that the playground be limited to 5 days a week or asked that the playground hours be restricted. That neighbor made the conscious decision to purchase a home next to a playground. And that person really just loved to see people enjoy themselves, loved to see the children enjoy themselves at the playground. So, okay, thank you. Happy New Year again.
Thank you. You too. Happy New Year. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. With that, we will close public comment. And just a few notes in terms of the 7 items on bulk. We're going to just continue to monitor how this program proceeds, and I think part of it, and if you missed it, I believe, and my council colleagues can help me out here, we had some images that were quite shocking as to some of the abuses that were taking place for bulk pickup. And I think that this was in response that I too was very concerned and felt that yes, I think I even said it during a council meeting, I could go over to Pam's house and say take these 7 things and go to Mike's house and take 7. So we get that everybody could do that. but this was more about some really significant abuses that put staff in, I believe, harm's way, and I think we were very responsive to that at this time. And so we're just going to monitor it moving forward. In terms of water, Brian left, but we'll get back to him on that. And relative to Shedler and the diversion, this, in my opinion, is a conflating of a lot of different issues. And the diversion is the park. The playground is not connected to Shedler because of time constraints placed on the village by Green Acres. I'm sorry, Green Acres. And so there are other factors in this that maybe others are just not aware of, but these constraints are placed on us. And for me personally, we inherited this diversion when I became mayor in 2016, and I worked tirelessly. We drove down to Green Acres. We met with them. We've had conference calls with them to resolve this in a way that was mindful of the impact to the Ridgewood taxpayers. And so I think we've worked hard to do that. We've worked tirelessly to do that, and we've worked in good faith. And I just think that there's information and assumptions being made based on either lack of information, misinformation. As far as the pergola and the patio coming from me, it did not. It was evidently, unbeknownst to me, and the village manager can correct me if I'm wrong, something that was evidently may have been previously approved, or something that was discussed earlier on. It wasn't mine. It wasn't anything I was interested in. It was just part of what was going on at the time. So it was only to put it back per the previous plan, or whatever the plan was that had been modified. When the ad hoc committee worked on a plan, it's a conceptual plan. It is not an engineering plan. It's not a finalized plan, and everyone needs to understand that. So with that, we will move forward.
May I be heard, Mayor?
Sure.
I wanted to point out that with regard to the limit of 7 items for bulk waste, we did have some information that people were coming from out of town and leaving their bulk waste for our administration to pick up. And so that's another reason for the limitation. With regard to water and residents' legitimate concern about the quality of our water, Ridgewood Water has been working for years to address this situation. It's not a failure of public administration on this point. And if you have questions about the water, I urge you to read what is on the Ridgewood Water website for PFAS, those are the forever chemicals, the PFAS resources. They gave forums, and those are videoed and recorded there. There's a lot of information that may put your mind at ease. And I am distressed that people would not want to protect others. And I had suggested that our meetings be via Zoom this month. I still think, after what I'm seeing here, that that is our best alternative to keep everyone safe.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to go to the manager's report.
Okay. Boards and committees, we're still accepting applications through January 7th. Interviews will take place January 19th, and based on the number of applications we've gotten, we'll have to do additional days. They're looking for residents, the council is looking for residents who are interested in volunteering to serve on the Parks and Recreation and Conservation Board, Citizen Safety Advisory Committee, Shade Tree Commission, Green Ridgewood, Ridgewood Green Team, Historic Preservation Commission, and I think that was it. Beginning January 1st, as was mentioned, we do have a 7-item limit on bulk pickup day. We do encourage you to consider donating your things that you put out if they are in good shape. There have been, I do want to make a report from the police chief. She's mentioned that auto theft is on the rise in the state of New Jersey, and in 2021 there were 26 cars stolen in the village of Ridgewood, and every car stolen was actually unlocked and the keys were left in it. So please just remember to always lock your vehicle, even when it's parked in your driveway or garage. Always take your keys or fob with you. Never leave or hide a smart key, valet key, or spare key anywhere in or around your vehicle. Never leave your car running while unattended or unlocked. If possible, park your vehicle in a locked garage. Park in well-lit areas. Keep the exterior of homes and driveways well illuminated. Never leave valuable personal property in your vehicle. And secure the transmitter for your garage door opener to prevent access to your home. And if you see something, say something. So if you see someone lurking around cars of your neighbors or yourself, please call the police department immediately. Chamber of Commerce Restaurant Week starts January 16th to the 23rd and January 23rd to the 27th. Dine in Ridgewood at participating restaurants Sunday to Thursday. It's a great way to show your support for local dining in our central business district. And the details are at the Chamber of Commerce website, ridgewoodchamber.com. Martin Luther King weekend is next weekend on January 14th. There'll be a virtual screening and discussion about John Lewis. The featured speaker is Nate Briggs, the Vice President of the Bergen NAACP. On January 15th, it's a day of service project at Ridgecrest Senior Housing. It's a donation drop-off for their pantry with various food and toiletry items that are requested. On Sunday, January 16th, there's a MLK virtual coffee house at 4 p.m. featuring art and music. And then on Monday, January 17th, will be a hybrid webinar with local religious leaders from Glen Rock and Ridgewood. In addition, Christmas tree pickup continues. Tuesday on the east side, Thursday on the west side. So Tuesdays, January 11th, 18th, and 25th. And then on the west side, Thursdays, January 6th, 13th, and 20th, and the 27th. Please remove all ornaments and lights from the Christmas trees and do not place the tree in plastic bags. If you wish to drop off your Christmas tree, you may do so at the Graden Pool parking lot anytime from today through January 28th. There's a cordoned off area where you should place your trees. The Village of Ridgewood 2022 village calendar will be delivered to homes sometime next week. There were a few setbacks due to short staffing and COVID, but it will be out next week. Just remember that your current 2021 calendar, if you turn the page from December, January is there. Please sign up for e-notices on the village website to keep informed about village events and notifications. Our upcoming meetings are broadcast live on the village website and Channel 34 on FiOS. January 12th is a public meeting at 8. January 26th is a work session at 7:30. February 2nd is also a work session at 7:30. And then February 9th is a public meeting at 8 o'clock. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Vagianos?
Yes. So the Fields Committee met this week, and they discussed a variety of things, some of which related to COVID and some not. Keith Cook, the AD at Ridgewood High School, said that all sporting events for the immediate future will be limited to 4 family members as spectators. And he did note that some towns have gone to 0 spectators to deal with COVID. In discussing field safety, Nancy Bigos, Director of Parks, said that we have some issues regarding drop-off and pickup of players at certain fields. Biggest problem would be at vets, because apparently what's happening is parents are dropping their kids off on the way in to the parking lot at vets, which is not a good place to drop them off. The kids have to cross the street, somebody's coming, and she suggested, and I recommend to all family members, that you take the loop, go around the parking lot, and drop your kids off on the way out. You have to do it anyway. So instead of making K-turns in a very, very unsavory spot, this would be so much better for everybody. As for field space is, of course, always a problem in Ridgewood. We do not have enough fields for all the kids that we have playing. We have such great programs in town. And so what is happening is one of the members of the Fields Committee is developing a program, an app, that will allow us to more fully utilize our fields so that we can get every moment we can out of them. Nancy also saw the prospect of using this app for field maintenance going forward. In this regard, I want to tip my hat to Ed Sievers, who has been doing this with pencil and paper for decades. So this is kind of like the Ed Sievers app, I think we should call it. And finally, oh no, that's it as far as that. But I do have some other comments for the evening. First, I want to echo what Susan said about developing COVID-safe protocols for our council meetings. As Pam said, I advocate for Zoom meetings. I believe that the Omicron variant is so contagious that we don't realize how contagious it is. To give you an example, 1 week ago today, America set an all-time pandemic record of 240,000 infections in one day, more than any other day since the beginning of the pandemic. Yesterday, we had more than 1 million infections. That is how it's exploding. And I realize that we all come at this from different perspectives. We all don't agree. I respect everyone's opinion on this. And I want to thank Pam, Susan, and Mike for working very hard to come up with a COVID-safe protocol that we can all live with. With that said, I want to renew my request at this time that if you have already spoken at the mic, which you all have, that you view the rest of the council meeting in the Annie Zusi chambers, which has a live stream what's going on. There will be an opportunity to comment at the end, in which case you can come back up. But again, let's be as safe as we can be. And so I really request that you do this now. I ask as a personal request. And so I also want to thank Heather Mailander, who worked to develop a mask mandate for all village buildings. And again, she put it into effect a few days ago, and she has reported that we have a 95 to 100% compliance rate, which I think is absolutely outstanding. Here's what I hope. I hope that everything that I am pushing for is overkill. I really do. But I think that we won't know until we're looking back on it. So I want to thank everybody for that. I also have one last item. A resident sent a letter to the council and asked that it be read into the record. It's from Ann Loving, and she says, I am so dismayed that this council still does not permit citizens to call in their comments during work sessions and public meetings, since at this time public comments are only permitted for those who attend in person, which I am not comfortable doing. I am now in a position of being unable to participate, as I have done for many years. There are two reasons that make the hybrid model a sensible option, in my opinion. First, during this global pandemic, citizens who are elderly, ill, immunocompromised, have young, unvaccinated children in their lives, or are in any way particularly vulnerable to getting COVID-19, could still be active participants from the safety of their homes. Second, even after the pandemic has subsided, the call-in option would make sense as a permanent procedure. Ridgewood has citizens who cannot drive at night or drive at all. Those who have young children and cannot get or cannot afford a babysitter, those who might not be feeling well on a Wednesday evening, those with physical limitations that make getting to the courtroom challenging, as well as many others who have reasons that make attending a meeting difficult. We learned in the early days of the pandemic, when council meetings were on Zoom, that there are many citizens who are watching and have valuable ideas and opinions to offer via telephone. The Board of Education has continued to permit and indeed encourage citizens to comment remotely. Their system works very smoothly and is user-friendly. Although I have spoken with each of you about this matter, I have yet to hear an objection that makes sense to me. In the interest of encouraging the participation of interested taxpayers, I implore you to allow called-in comments effective immediately and permanently. Thank you for all that you do on behalf of Ridgewood and Loving. In this regard, for those interested, this matter is going to be on the public work session agenda of January 26th. And that's all I have.
Councilwoman Perrin. I'd like to apologize that the tree protection ordinance was originally set for discussion tonight, but it's just not ready for prime time yet. We're still editing, but we have been working on it, and we continue to work on it, and it will be on the January 26th agenda. The manager mentioned the Martin Luther King Day events. I have for years found those to be edifying and really a wonderful community effort. So I urge you all to attend, even though it's all virtual. Green Ridgewood meets tomorrow via Zoom. We have been working on Earth Day, and the Sustainability Subcommittee has been working on native gardens and come up with 10 tentative ideas as to how to more sustainably maintain your yard. And we met with one of the founders of Sustainable Ridgewood and came up with a resolution that will help us reach more people in the community and foster discussion about environmental issues. And I'm very pleased with the outcome. I want to thank Rotary Club for making our New Year's Eve in Ridgewood beautiful with the luminaries that they distributed in a charitable fundraising drive. The town was just gorgeous, and John Street was just a light. The Central Business District Advisory Committee did not meet last month, but we will meet on January 13th. Like all our committees, it is open to the public. We meet via Zoom at 8:30 in the morning. If you need the link, just give me a buzz and I can forward that. The Chamber of Commerce, you heard that they are going to be having Restaurant Week this month, and they meet the Board of Directors on January 12th. Our recycling center has started collecting styrofoam, so you can go any day. You don't have to wait for a styrofoam drive to bring your expanded, what's it called? It's EPS, polystyrene, I think. The square stuff, not the food packing styrofoam, and not the peanuts. But the big square stuff that a TV comes in, or a refrigerator, or anything you got for Christmas, you can take it any day of the week to the recycling center, and it will be recycled. Hopefully, this month or next, they'll also be getting a densifier for styrofoam, and that would be really great, because then you can make something useful out of it. So that's an interesting project. We'll see where it goes. The food waste composting project, the 9-month pilot program, finished up in December very successfully. We kept a lot of food out of the landfills, and now people who are participating, the approximately 100 households that are participating, no longer have to weigh their food scraps and their trash and report every week, so it's an easier thing. And it's going to continue, I understand. And we'll see where the next steps go, whether it can be scaled up to offer it to more people in the community. If that can be done, it would be wonderful. And that's all I have. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So the Green Team will also be meeting tomorrow, and we'll be planning to break off meetings relatively soon with Green Ridgewood. They've had joint meetings for a while, but the Green Team is going to need to focus fully on the application to Sustainable Jersey to recertify Ridgewood's position as a silver certificate recipient in the Sustainable Jersey program. As you can see, after the mayor delivers her comments, or her report, the Shade Tree Commission will be giving a presentation to the Village Council and the residents. It's perfectly timed, and it's sorely needed. So I've been liaison to the Shade Tree Commission since 2014 now, and the commission got off to a slow start, but after a number of years, we got to the point where we were basically treading water. We were planting about as many trees as we were cutting down each year due to the sidewalk replacement program, various storms, or just the age of trees. So unfortunately last year that came to a screeching halt largely because of the emerald ash borer, which became a public safety issue. That we had to take down a large number of ash trees. So our normal budget of about $110,000 for planting trees every year turned into a tree cutting budget. And a lot of money is invested in equipment and materials to take down trees and to prune trees and to care for trees. But we should really be looking this year at expanding the program to not only replace the trees that we're taking down, but to actually grow, for lack of a better word, the Ridgewood canopy. And again, this presentation will explain all the reasons why we should do this, and it's coming right at the beginning of budget season. Now, budget season starts in the summer with the department heads and the manager and teams of people working together, but the council gets it about the end of January and goes through and fine-tunes it to approve it in April. So everybody pay attention, and just remember that this is sorely needed to not only catch up for last year and the years before the Shade Tree Commission started to work and advocate for trees, but so that we could have a bigger canopy, so we could help mitigate climate change, so we could just have tree-lined streets that provide shade and cooling and breaks in the wind, and there's a myriad of benefits to planting trees. I think everybody knows most of them, but we will be enlightened with this presentation. It's a very good presentation this year, and I think, again, it's very important that we catch up and start running ahead of where we've been. So they're my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I am going to be fairly brief. Planning Board did meet last night. It was a brief meeting. 2 items were carried. Tasco Enterprises is carried to January 18th, and the public hearing on the preliminary investigation for the Valley Hospital property as an area in need of redevelopment has been carried to February 1st. Additionally, the stakeholder meeting for the master plan will be moved to February 15th. I hope that's a Tuesday. I believe it is. And that was really it on that. The other thing I had is that I had asked the village manager today to work with the police department. I requested that she work with the police department for a PSA on public safety and the importance of locking our cars, our homes, and making sure that fobs are not remaining in cars. I regularly follow a number of different social media platforms, and one in particular was almost frightening, the Next Door Somerville Hawes group, which has a variety of other towns, area towns, that are commenting on the number of brazen burglaries and car thefts right in people's driveways and their homes, and keys being stolen out of people's homes, individuals rifling through vehicles being stolen, being used in other crimes. And even in one instance, an individual was at a shopping center, and I think there's something called an air tag that's being put into other people's cars, and those cars can be tracked to the homeowner's home. So somebody can actually track your vehicle without you even being aware of it, and then steal your car. Or, you know, they know where you live. They're actually tracking you en route to your home. And I actually am so alarmed by this, not just for Ridgewood, but for our surrounding municipalities. So I know that PSA will be in an e-notice. We'll put it on the village website. We're putting it on social media. And we'll ask everyone to please share it with friends and neighbors to make sure that everyone remains safe. And I know there's a little bit of a backlash. There were some people who were feeling a little bad that they were being taken to task for leaving their cars unlocked, suggesting that they are crime victims, and there's no doubt that those individuals are victims of a crime. But we do need to be vigilant and be aware of our surroundings and remain safe. So we'll get that out there, and with that, I appreciate everyone's attention to that. So with that, let's go to our...
Can I just ask
Yeah.
one question for clarification? Sure. Were you saying that Higher Gruel's presentation of the master plan that was on January 18th is now moved to February 15th?
Correct.
Thank you.
And if you don't mind, I'm going to once again ask my council colleagues, to everyone, to please share that information to your different boards and committees, so that all of our stakeholders will put it out onto social media as well. It's important. And I look forward to all of that feedback from our stakeholders. It was our stakeholder meeting, so Planning Board, February 15th. That's a Tuesday, right? That's all right. I think it is. I'm sure. Okay. That Tuesday. Very good. And with that, we will go to our presentation with our Shade Tree Commission. Come on up. Mike, you want to take it from here? Introduce and go ahead.
We have Andrew Lowry, Chair of Shade Tree. We have Carolyn Jacoby, Vice Chair, and Ian. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. We just Ian Keller as Vice Chair, and Carolyn Jacoby as former Vice Chair. So, as I said during my remarks, I think I wrapped it up. Presented everything pretty well. So, you're welcome. Thank you, guys. And we're ready.
Okay, I'm just checking the mic. Does that sound pretty good?
Yep. You sound very good.
Okay. Ian is going to be helping me, and Carolyn is helping us with any questions that come up. The reason we're making the presentation is that Nancy had suggested that we provide a little more background before the capital process gets too far underway, and it's a great opportunity for us to talk more about trees. Some of the stuff is stuff I've said before, or Ian or Carolyn have said, but it's worth repeating. The past year we've had some real challenges, and we're recommending a significant increase in funding, and that's really why we're here and why we want to explain it. Okay, so the idea that we would like to get across is to think of trees as infrastructure, which they are. Just like roads or bridges or buildings, they need to be maintained, they're constructed or planted, and then maintained, repaired, and eventually replaced. So if you think about it in a different way, it's not something that whenever we have a little money, we beautify the town. They're a vital part of our environment. Okay, trees contribute. I won't dwell on this. We've all heard this before. They clean the air. They control stormwater. They're certainly important for aesthetics. It's always a tree-lined street when you're describing an ideal house. Property values are increased. The other thing that they act and help with is cooling, and they act as air conditioners. Okay, so the map here is a map of the U.S. showing the increase in average yearly temperatures between 1895 and 2018. The areas in red already have seen an increase in 2.5 degrees, and that's the temperature that scientists consider to be a major concern if it's a worldwide phenomenon. That's sort of the breaking point, and after which lots of bad things are going to happen. So the bad news is that Bergen County has already gotten to that point. And we can't predict exactly what that will result in. Likely, summers will be hotter, and on Sunday it was 56 degrees, So winters are cooler, are warmer, which has some good things, but also has some bad. The only thing you can do locally, really, is plant trees. Phoenix, they're painting their streets white and their roofs white, but and they can't really plant too many shade trees. But what we can do is plant trees. Okay, so the tree canopy in Ridgewood actually is pretty good, and it's made up of lots of different parts of the village, from private property to the central business district. We all know the different areas. The focus of the shade tree department and commission is only on street shade trees and CBD trees and wells. Okay. The current inventory. In 2020, the village did a tree inventory of street trees, which we reported on last fall. We have over 9,000 trees, but we have 3,000 open planting, more than 3,000 open planting spaces. These are places where trees may have been, or they're just opportunities for planting. The recommendation when actually Manish made the presentation was to plant 350 trees a year to replace what we cut and start chipping away at the trees that we've lost. Okay. Unfortunately, shade trees are facing increasing challenges. Insects, invasive insects, storms, old age, everything takes their toll. You've got a picture of the spotted lanternfly and oak wilt on the slide. The real threat, and we've all discussed it, and we had an email from the village on the emerald ash borer. Basically, we had 620 ash trees as of 2020. This year, we protected 160. 88 were taken down, leaving about 373 to be removed in the next few years. And we really don't have a great idea as to how many will have to come down when, but they're all going to die. That's the bad news. This is what happens. I got a little, this was in September, and these are not trees losing their leaves. These are trees dying. Okay. Our current tree inventory, we benefit from trees that were planted several decades ago. Replanting wasn't a priority, as Mike mentioned. And importantly, every normal year, when I say normal, I mean without some invasive insect or disease, we take down over 200 trees for a variety of reasons: old age, other diseases, storms, etc. So over the last 10 years, we've lost at least 1,500. CBD trees are a different challenge, but I think we can all agree that healthy trees enhance the streetscape in the downtown. You can compare Chestnut to Oak Street, and there's just a completely different feel in spring, summer, particularly, with a nice tree cover. The other thing that the trees do downtown is they address the heat island effect. Trees in their shade can also mitigate the effect that's seen in cities around the country. The first picture is of Washington, D.C., and you see the red area where the temperatures are higher, and the blue, I guess it's gray, is where they're significantly lower. And the other side, it's a Times article referring to actually a 30-degree difference between the Upper West Side and Harlem, one being shaded, the other not. So the takeaway is you can get a 15-degree difference between a downtown and a shaded residential area. So you really want to address that through trees. Okay, this is a Google picture of shows the contrast between the CBD and the surrounding canopy-covered residential areas. So you can see what the opportunities are. We've got a lot of parking lots, a lot of streets, and buildings that absorb heat. Okay, in 2022, we expect and hope to develop and partially implement a CBD tree well refurbishment and tree planting program. It will take into account a series of factors, which I've identified here: hardiness, size, variety, water availability, well size, and will include all stakeholders who are interested in what's being done in the downtown. The focus will be on getting the right tree in the right tree well. Okay, so there are three phases to the capital plan. The first is to remove some large trees that cannot be taken down by our crew and require a crane, and then to start planting, making up for last year, planting this year, and also planting what we didn't plant last year and then planting this year. So that we think could be 330 trees. It all depends on how the bids come in and how much is spent on taking the big trees down. Phase 2 is to continue to take down ash trees, replace them with new plantings. It's hard to know, as I've said, how many will have to be taken down, so the numbers may change, but it's going to be in that ballpark. Hopefully it'll be more plantings than removals, but hard to know. And the third phase would be to work in the CBD, hopefully planting at least 75 plus trees. We've also included in this phase a request for a watering trailer, which can be a big help throughout the village for newly planted trees, which need to be watered at least once a week, May through October, and also in the CBD, where the tree wells, no matter how good they are, will probably need watering. So the final budget that we're requesting or recommending comes to $650,000, which is far more than we spent in the past, but I think it's fairly important that we get going on this as you balance the needs of other capital projects. So in conclusion, I would just say trees are important on the streets and in the CBD. Climate change and invasive species make the need to act more pressing. And it's important to have enough trained staff to maintain what we have and be sure that we plant effectively in the future. So with that, I will open it up for questions, which Ian, I think, has a couple thoughts he'd like to give, and I'm sure Carolyn has a few.
Sure, I would just like to say my planters are awful.
Is it, Ian, is your microphone on?
Is that better?
Good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I tend to often come back to the central business district, but obviously I think we need trees on all streets to be tree-lined streets, but I tend to think about the CBD a lot. Trees are easy to complain about. The roots cause problems, the leaves have to be cleaned up, the acorns cause problems.
But I think a struggling central business district causes a lot bigger problems. And, you know, the CBD is, in my opinion, the key differentiator between Ridgewood and all the surrounding towns, right? And we need to invest in order to maintain that appeal. And trees are also a big part of Ridgewood's history and its heritage. You know, up on that seal right there, you can see trees are featured quite prominently, and it's even right there in the name Ridgewood, right? So this is something that's been a big part of Ridgewood for a long time, and they are in decline, and they have been for a long time, and we need to, at the very least, stop the bleeding, and it would be great if we could begin to chip away at the deficit that we've accumulated for so long.
Carol? Yeah, make sure it's on. Go ahead. We're speaking to the microphone, trying to just like lean in a little, because I don't think we hear. I don't think we hear.
Am I on?
There you
we
go.
Oh, I can hear the reverberation. Good. Sorry. I don't want to repeat. I think the points are so well stated, and we can answer any questions that you might have about the points that we're bringing forward and the need for this very robust funding at this time. Because we know that, you know, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is now. So, okay. We'll take questions.
Questions, Paul?
I don't have any questions because I think this was such an outstanding presentation. It was very effective, very comprehensive, and succinct. And you know the old saying, you had me at hello? You had me when you said, trees are infrastructure. I will always think of them that way going forward. That is the way I will view this now. And Ian, as to your comment that trees are easy to complain about, I could say the same thing about many of my relatives. But like trees, I still want them around. So this was a really great job. Thank you so much.
Okay. Councilwoman Perry.
Are you aware of any grants out there that can help us with this cost?
I wish I could be more encouraging about our ability not to apply but to receive grants. Most of the state grants are now going to underserved communities. They're really focusing on smaller cities and other communities that have lost an enormous amount of their trees and don't have the resources that we do, fortunately, to address the retreeing or the reforesting. So I'm not very optimistic that although we have complied with everything, we have everything in order, the tree inventory, we're a tree city, we have a commission, we have checked off all those boxes, but they are looking, most of the big grants are looking for underserved communities to support with funding. There may be smaller grants, but we will go wherever we can with those applications.
Deputy Mayor?
Well, thank you. Obviously, I've been involved and immersed in this for almost 8 years, so I don't have any questions, but I just do want to point out that the three members of the Shade Tree Commission who are here, who have been working diligently for years and years and years, advocating, pushing me, pushing prior councils, pushing us to do the right thing, to plant trees in the village of Ridgewood in downtown. Ian and Andrew have watched countless trees being planted downtown and tree pits being dug up, and Carolyn gives out seedlings, and everybody's really, really working incredibly hard, doing everything that they can to make this such an important issue and bring it into focus and elevate it to the status that it actually deserves. So, you know, I want to applaud everyone for all the work that they've put in it and all the years of dedication. That, you know, the work has not tapered off. They've been strong all the way through. And I think we really need to give everyone here and the Shade Tree Commission, current and past membership a round of applause, really, for everything they've done. I hope the people downstairs
Thank
are
you.
clapping, too.
Yeah, if anybody's
But
down there.
You guys are great. Thank you.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
yeah, I just had a couple of things. What was the total amount that you were thinking, just to get us going this year?
650,000.
650. So I had done a little bit of research as to options as how to get this funding, in place. I had a couple of things I would have gone over with the village attorney, but one of them was that, and I don't want anyone to get upset right now, Pam. Pam's going to punch me. I know that the open space funding can be used, some of it to use for, okay, good, so you go to that, especially for urban treescape. So I think we had done some research on that, and also the option, and I think this is something down the road as to how we look at, just like an open space tax, whether or not we can put on a ballot a tree tax, and I don't mean that like in the sense like a big number, but what we've learned with the open space tax is that that couple of cents adds up very quickly to substantial amounts of money, and this is a benefit to fund, especially given that emerald ash borer situation where we had anticipated planting a whole bunch of trees and instead wound up losing so many, and I think it was just it was devastating to everyone because we had been so excited about having funded tree planting. So, yeah, I think we're all in this, and of course it's going to come down to our CFO and budget season, but I think you're coming in right up front with this, and it's an amazing presentation. I would ask that if we can put this onto the village website, and so people understand how important it is, even to preserve trees. I know we have one resident, every time somebody's cutting down trees, she's calling me. I'm sure some of you know who it is. And she's insisting that we need this tree ordinance, we need things in place to preserve trees, to protect, and it's incumbent on all of us to lean in and get this done. So thank you everyone for your hard work. And I have to say that I don't think that the Shade Tree Commission could have wound up with a better council member as the liaison, because it was just by chance that the deputy mayor wound up as the green guy, but he's just been absolutely amazing. So I think he's amazing. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you very
all.
much.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask Mr. Calby to come in, please. I'll have you come up here. Okay, so we'll start with Ridgewood Water. The first is awarding a bid for various water main replacements. This includes Godwin Avenue in Ridgewood, Goffel Road in Midland Park, and Lake Road in Wyckoff. There were 21 bid packets picked up and 9 bids were received. Suburban Consulting Engineers did the bid review and recommendation of contract award, and it's for the low bidder, including alternates 1 and 2, which is OnQ Technologies, Inc. of Oradell, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $1,649,955. The funding is in the Ridgewood Water capital budget, and these water main replacements are required within Ridgewood Water's distribution system due to size, age, and condition of the mains. I don't know if you have any questions for Mr. Calby.
Anyone?
I do, yes. This is set up as a bid and an alternate bid. And I guess in my short time on the council, I've not seen this set up before. So can you explain why it's broken out that way?
All right, just wanted to make sure it was on. Could you hear me?
Yep.
All
Yes.
right. Good evening. The alternates are add alternates. So the base bid as is. It's required work. The alternates are additional items that we add to the base, and they have to be awarded in the order that we list them. We can't award alternate 2. We have to award alternate 1 first and then 2. So there are additional items that we wanted to get pricing for, and if the pricing was what we expected or affordable, then we recommend the award. In this case, we are for both alternates. So.
And we've used OnQ before. I mean, I recognize that name.
Yeah, OnQ's been the successful bidder on 2 other projects for Ridgewood Water in the last 2 years.
And then just for the people who are out in the public, the next bidder was $50,000 more, and the one after that was, the third lowest bidder was $60,000 more than OnQ's offer. So it makes sense to go with OnQ.
I think we'd have to.
Yes.
We don't know, we're obligated to.
Unless we've had a
Yeah.
unless we've had a prior bad experience, you've got to go with the lowest.
Right. Right. It's the lowest responsible bidder.
Yeah, lowest responsible bidder, correct.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay.
And the timeline for this installation is what?
We're hoping to start, if it's awarded in the next public meeting, by the time contracts are signed, probably start in March. It's probably a good 6 months worth of work. It's 3 different locations, very busy locations, particularly the one that's downtown. But the hope is to try to get most of the work done this year.
Okay.
Okay. The next item is a state contract purchase for the new water facility office furniture. This is all under New Jersey state contract. So one is Affordable Interior Solutions. This is all care of Danker furniture. And that's of Leominster, Mass., not to exceed $87,169.84. Exemplis Corporation, also under a New Jersey state contract. And that's amount not to exceed $35,894.78. And the last is Steel Case Inc., and that's not to exceed $56,768.99. The total amount is not to exceed $179,833.61. The funding is in the water utility operating budget. So just as a reminder, 28 of the 43 utility employees will work out of the new space. Field operations staff for distribution and treatment will reside at the Glen Avenue facility in Ridgewood. And Wharton Dyke will be converted to storage space, and surplus portions of the property will be evaluated for sale.
Okay. Any questions?
Yes. Can we reuse any of the existing furniture that's in your offices now?
There is 2 to 3 offices that may be usable. None of it would match the color scheme that's going in the building. So that's why we, chose to not move it over. And we figured the furniture could be repurposed here for use.
Mm-hmm.
There's a conference table that wouldn't actually fit in the conference room at the new building. With a couple desks, but that's about it.
And this is coming out of the operating budget?
Not just actually, that was a typo. It's their capital accounts.
Okay, thank you.
In that regard, what is actually going into the current water department offices?
I couldn't answer that question.
I don't think
No
any-
decision's been made.
Yeah.
So we may have the opportunity to use the existing furniture in place.
Sure, or possibly some departments may use it if they have older furniture.
Sure.
They may wish to repurpose it for their own offices.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. The next item is the change order for EV charging space for new water facility. We asked Adama Brothers Construction, who is doing the project at the new Ridgewood Water headquarters, for a quote to install an EV charging station. That's $24,413.18, and it would be a change order to the project.
So I just have a couple of questions on this. So I think it came up after one of our meetings where we were talking about electric vehicles, and then I said, well, where do we plug them in, because we didn't have the station. So I had asked for this, but is this for one space, or can you just explain this to me?
This is provisioning for one space. and it's just to make ready. It's simply the conduit only, no wiring or no charging equipment.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I was wondering if there's any grant money available for this. We heard a lot about grant monies for EV charging stations at the New Jersey League of Municipalities conference. And even if there aren't grants available, once this gets up and running, don't we get a PSE&G rebate?
That I don't know of. Regarding the grants, this is kind of time sensitive. If you wanted to decide to move forward with it, we need a decision soon, because as soon as the spring comes, they're going to be paving the lot. And right now, they're actually putting the ceiling grid up in the building, and a lot of this piping has to be run through the building to where the spot's going to be from the electric panel.
So just one more time. I'm not the green person, so I'm sorry. So for the $24,000, we're putting in the conduit, all the infrastructure, so that we could have one, or how many, if we had, how many vehicles would we be able to charge? Let's just say we had 3, would we be able to charge 3 vehicles?
I think that would then come down to the type of charger. This is going to be for one charger.
Okay.
But they make chargers that are rapid. So you
Got
technically
it.
probably could charge more than a single
And so-
vehicle in a single space.
And so this would be appropriate for the one, so this system would accommodate either the regular or rapid system?
Yeah, but we're putting in a big enough conduit, I believe they could do either one. It's 3-inch conduit.
Okay. So I just throw this out there for everyone. I just thought it was a good opportunity before the work was finished to at least get this in place for the
catch.
future.
Yep.
I think you're right on the money, Susan. I have a question, which is, if it costs $24,000 to put one in, how much would it cost to put, or can we find out how much it would cost to put a bank of charging stations in, or the infrastructure for a bank of charging stations, since we think it's relatively likely that we may be moving to electric vehicles as we go forward, and it may not be, I'm just going to pick numbers out of the air, if it's $24,000 for one, it may be $50,000 for 5.
We can't ask for that. I could tell you, though, these spots are going to be specifically for the water department only, and the number of water vehicles that would actually become electric are very limited, because majority of vehicles are road vehicles, maintenance vehicles. Those we wouldn't electrify, but the vehicles that would be electrified are the ones that I utilize, the engineer utilizes, or GIS department. So it's probably maybe 3 to 4 max that I would see in the future, being electrified vehicles.
So if the municipal fleet were to move towards electrification, it would have to be in a different location, is what you're saying?
Right. Street divisions on Chestnut Street, sanitation and recycling are different locations.
Got
It
it.
would strictly be water.
Got it.
Water only.
Got it. Thank you.
So why don't we just find out, just because I'm good with this, I think it's important that we at least get started, but maybe we should just find out if we can do this by next week, our next week meeting, what it would be if we just wanted to do 2.
Also need to find funding. There's no current funding mechanism for this unless Mr. Rooney is able to find it in operating or some older capital ordinance.
Okay, so why don't we get the pricing on the second one? We're going to maybe assume that it's double, or maybe it actually would be a little bit less, because you're putting all of this in anyway. And then we could talk to Bob and see where that funding is. I think it's just important that we get at least this done.
I'll get the answer
Are
to
you
that.
okay, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I would also kind of want to know too, like if you got the rapid charger, how fast it could work. Because again, if this is strictly for the water department, then you could probably get away with just one charger there, and then maybe move the cars around. You wouldn't have to have 2, because again, a lot of the like Rich is talking about, they're heavy trucks that have to carry all sorts of heavy equipment, and they have to maintain, they have to keep running and idling because they have lights if you're doing night work and things like that, and they just, they're just not quite there yet.
Right. Okay. I have a question about the location. Would it be up close to the building because the lower part of that parking lot is so low lying? Does it flood, and would we have to build up the chargers?
Now, that the Elks property is out of the floodplain.
Okay.
We are provisioning in the rare case that there's like the over 500-year storm where there likely be maybe a foot or two of water on the site. This spot that's chosen is directly in the rear of the building near the back entrance. We can, if we're going to do two, I think there's 3 or 4 spots proposed along the back lot there at the back entrance. So, we could certainly add to that.
Okay. So did we have the money available to do this one?
No, we have no money available for any more.
So we have to talk to, even on just this, we need to find, okay. All right,
Correct.
that's fine. Okay. All right.
Okay, the next item is water administrative fees. This is an annual resolution that accepts an operating and administrative maintenance fee from Ridgewood Water. It's calculated by multiplying the assessed value of all land owned by Ridgewood Water and Ridgewood by the current year's property tax rate from January 1st through December 31st, 2022.
Okay, any questions on this?
The land assessment on the second page, is that the amount of money that each property would be paying in lieu of taxes?
No, that's the assessed value of the properties. Then the tax rate is applied to that assessed value.
It says land assessments. That's why I'm confused.
Right. The tax rate is applied to it.
The assessed value of the land itself?
Correct.
Okay.
All right. The next item is the water utility interest rates for delinquent accounts. This is an annual resolution, sets the interest rates for delinquent payments to Ridgewood Water. These are statutory amounts for the interest rates, and it sets a grace period for payments.
Questions?
What are the rates now?
I'd have to defer to Mr. Rooney.
This is
No,
an
this
annual
is
this is an
statutory.
annual thing. So these rates on delinquent fees have been the same for years.
Oh.
It's just like it's kind of like a standard thing that we have to do every year.
Right.
Just sort of approve it. And I don't think I've ever seen these rates.
They don't
change
vary.
in,
It's by
like,
statute.
15 years.
So we're not increasing the rates?
No.
No.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, before I'd like to do the identifier now, since Mr. Calby's here. So that's at the back. The recycling foam cycle expanded polystyrene densifier trial period. So that's item D2. We have a unique opportunity to have the densifier from the foam cycle, and for a 6-month trial period, there's no cost to the village. We have to provide the electricity. After that trial period, we have the option to purchase the unit. And I think, it's a great idea. Sean Hamlin, who's in charge of the superintendent of recycling and sanitation, has indicated that there is a lot of recycled or hard styrofoam there to be recycled. And I think there's a need. So many people now order online, and a lot of the items they receive have this kind of styrofoam. And so it's his recommendation, as well as Mr. Calby's, to pursue this opportunity.
So is that like the extruder? Is that because we at the league, we always see the extruder, and we've been kind of like asking for an extruder for a while, so this is kind of exciting.
Yeah, this is an item we've been talking about for probably 3-4 years.
A couple of years now.
Back when we started talking about it, it was available for purchase only. The gentleman who manufactures them has been generous enough to offer one for this 6-month trial. In anticipation of that, whether or not you approve it, we started collecting styrofoam because we didn't want to take advantage of the holidays. We actually filled up an entire container in 1 week. So we know the volume's out there, for this. This has been one of the most popular proposals that recycling has done in years. Our Facebook post alone reached over 2,300 people, which is a new record for recycling. What this machine does, it literally takes the foam cycle, the blocks of foam, densifies it into literally small links that are then placed on a pallet and then go out to a reuse facility where they're made into things like as molding, decking material for outside decks, and other reusable products. So what this does, it gets the styrofoam out of the landfill, gets it out of our trucks, because you all know what these blocks of styrofoam are like. When they go in a solid waste truck, they do not crush like the rest of the garbage. They take up huge amounts of volume. Getting them out of the truck and out of the landfill is what recycling is all about. So with the 6-month trial, we feel we could then track how much volume we could get out and then propose possible purchase and maybe help justify some of that by sharing with other municipalities. There's been a huge effort in the past couple of years through the green teams of the surrounding areas. They've had these styrofoam events, so we know there's the need for it in the area. The unit itself, if we were to purchase it after the trial, is $68,500. So I think, if we were able to kind of get a shared service or some type of other option, we could justify that after the trial.
So the extruded densified styrofoam it's marketable because they're making focal points, rulers, they make everything out of that. So are we then selling that? Who sells that? Who's the beneficiary?
We're bringing it, like all of our other recyclables, to a marketer.
Okay.
There's not very many in the field of this right now. There is one local in the town that there escapes me. There's another one down in Princeton, New Jersey. I don't know what they pay for it right now. I'd have to get you that rate. But then they are remaking it or selling it off to someone who remakes the product and sells it.
Make those end products, right.
So we would not be using the product for our uses?
No.
Okay.
No, but it would save us on tipping fees at the landfill. And if a market develops for this, and we have this is certainly something that, as you say, a shared services arrangement could be made, perhaps with surrounding towns. And I'm sure by the time it comes around to our having to make a decision to purchase it, you'll have done some research on what the projected savings are, what we could get for selling this. So it sounds like a great idea.
I have one more question to clarify. If densifying involved burning, then we might be emitting some kind of pollutants into the air. I imagine the densifying process as squishing. But can you put my mind at ease as to whether anything in this process will result in air pollutants?
I had the same concern, asked that very question, and I was assured there's no air emissions or permits required. But I'll get you the specific answer. I'm trying to look in the documentation right now. Mr. Hamlin would have been here tonight, but he couldn't be. But I'll get that answer. As far as I know, it's a low emitting type of heat and then densifying. It's not a burning process.
Okay.
I don't know what temperature that this melts at, but that's what I'll find out.
It's pretty, you should probably watch a video. I mean, we've seen them live. We've seen them operate actually live. But if you can probably watch a video, and it just shows you how it just condenses it and takes all that air out, I guess. And then it just extrudes it. You'll see it comes out as like these pipes. It's pretty cool. It's pretty wild, actually, that comes out.
Middletown, New Jersey's had one in operation for, I think it's 3 years now. I've been sharing with other local municipalities in their area as well and found a success.
Yeah, okay. So we're going to pursue it at this point? We need to have a resolution to execute the contract.
Yeah, I'm all in for the,
Okay.
I think it's a great opportunity.
Okay. Before Mr. Calby leaves, I'm not sure if you heard the comments from one of our speakers this evening. Okay, he was concerned about the water, and he was concerned about, what it can do to human beings as far as damage to various organs, cancer, things like that. If you could just briefly comment on it, I'd appreciate it.
As far as health effects, I am nowhere near an expert on that. We tell any consumer that they should consult with their health professional. There is information available on our website with links to New Jersey Department of Health. They're the best resource for any health effects from the chemical. We did have a series of public virtual events. We had 3 of them. We had a representative from the local Department of Health as part of that, explained the information on how the standards are developed, the hazards. And those slides are available on our website, and we're going to be doing more of them because we have to do the public notice every quarter. So with each notice, we're probably going to do another 1 or 2 public events for the public. In addition to that, I'm speaking at the League of Women Voters on January 20th via Zoom. So there's going to be an opportunity there for anybody who's a member there. And the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection has told me they're making an educational video, which I'm waiting for and hoping for. Because at the end of the day, as frustrated as consumers are, we're frustrated too. We did not put this in the water. This is a man-made chemical. It's a forever chemical. It's very hard to break down. And we are now charged with having to pay to get it out. So, we're with everybody in their concerns, and that's why this council agreed to, and we filed suit against the companies. We shouldn't have to pay to clean the water for something that we didn't put in.
So I think it's also important to emphasize that it's not just Ridgewood Water that's experiencing this situation, and I think that this is, I guess, nationwide. It's probably worldwide. But the resident, I know, so he's going to email me, and I'm going to copy you to that, and, I'm sure you could set his mind at ease, and then talk to him.
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk to anybody.
His remarks really had to do with the mandated DEP notice that he received, and that's what he was responding to, and how unsafe that notice made everything seem. But that's what he was talking about.
Yeah, the notices have mandatory language from the state. They're unfortunately made to be very scary. The levels we have in the Ridgewood water are very low in comparison to a lot of the other levels in the nation, and it is a national problem. It's been found in polar bears. Every human being has it in their blood. These were manufactured since the 40s, these chemicals. They're in a ton of stuff. They're in carpets, they're in clothing, they're in food packaging, dental floss. So it's now unfortunately made its way into our water.
Furniture and
furniture,
frying pans,
and the other thing
frying
is
pans, it's just
cookingware, yes.
Right,
and New Jersey has the most stringent.
Yes, New Jersey is one of the most stringent standards. So, the state took it upon themselves to do that, and with that, it's made water in New Jersey going to be one of the safest. So that's the other good thing.
And I think the point that Susan brought up is something that you spoke to me about, which is that this is not a Ridgewood water issue. This is a worldwide problem. Ridgewood residents are aware of it because we've made them aware of it. And so they are exceptionally concerned about it. But this is all the water in the world.
Correct.
And we are just being proactive about addressing the problem.
Yeah, and I'll add that I want to say that we've been proactive on this since 2016. I think that we took this and ran with it and did everything to filter and to experiment and to address this. So, and to really educate the public, I believe that even prior to the New Jersey standards, I think that Ridgewood Water was out front and open and engaging in public education. So,
and to that end, Rich, I believe, did you project, what year did you project, I don't want to misstate it, that you believe that we will have in place treatment equipment to address this throughout the village and throughout the towns we service?
So there's a total of 12 treatment plants that have to be constructed. One is already constructed. And we were one of the first in the state to actually construct a treatment for PFAS. The other 11, one is currently under construction. The third is going to be actually coming in front of the Ridgewood Planning Board in a couple of months. The other remaining ones, 2 of the largest ones, are in Wyckoff. They'll be going to the Wyckoff Planning Board later this year. And then another large one in Glen Rock at the Prospect treatment plant location, and then several small ones after that. All in total, the final plant will be online by 2026, but that date is misgiving because once these big plants are online, the majority of our water will be free of PFAS. So it's just a matter of 2 to 3 years until we're PFAS free.
I think that's a really important point, that we've been drinking this for our entire lives, and that within a couple of years, whatever has been done will be finished.
And currently our strategy is to put out the least amount of PFAS concentration from the wells that we're currently utilizing. So the strategy in the off-peak months is to only utilize the wells and sources that have the least amount of PFAS. So the plant that has treatment is on year-round. The wells with the least amount of concentration are used year-round. What we run into is in the summer, because of the peak usage, everything has to unfortunately be on.
Right.
So it's, we're stuck with that demand and the need to have everything on, but the treatment will be in place shortly.
So and I also want to point out that we worked with Congressman Gottheimer's office hand in hand. We filed for federal grant funds. I don't know where the status of that, if we've heard anything at this point. We know it's gotten to a certain point to the Senate maybe, and we're just waiting. Our grant application was moved forward by the congressman's office, and so it would be really helpful, but we should probably follow up and try to get a handle on where that's at.
Yeah, that's $3.7 million.
Yeah.
That's proposed outright grant, to the village for treatment.
For treatment.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
so
great.
that's been a couple months ago that we applied for that, so, yeah.
And we don't necessarily have to wait until the 12th treatment facility is built to think that our water will be below the state's standard for PFAS, because you're blending the water.
Correct.
So it should be within state standards, state limits, much sooner than the 12th installation.
The state unfortunately doesn't look at it that way. But we know on the basis of what we're going to provide and what we're putting out to the system that will be the case.
So is there anything that prevents us from, aside from the quarterly state required notification, is there anything preventing us from, as Councilwoman Perrin just pointed out, that our numbers are actually lower because we're blending and we have one treatment facility, what is the number there? So is there anything that prevents us from, I know we can't add to their notice, but we can certainly send out our own notification.
We have catered the notice to include other information that we've put in. That's what the last one was, almost 4 pages.
Right.
And I caution on that too. I think sometimes it's too much for people to read. But we try to get as much information to take the DP language and break it down,
right,
and include language on what we're doing.
Right, but it's the state notification that we can't we can't add or anything to that one.
Right. Yeah, we can't change, and they have to approve it. They approve every
Right.
public notice that we put out. The next one will be put out the end of February, early March.
Okay. Anyone else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rich.
Thanks. Mr. Rooney, hopefully he's in the hallway there and he can come in. I'll start with the proposed parking ordinance for the park and ride facility on Route 17. Since Airbrook and Shortline have left the park and ride facility, we should amend our ordinance to allow the village to charge for all parking spaces in the park and ride lot.
So Heather, just a couple of questions.
Sure.
This came up because we realized that some folks had been ticketed, and then we realized that our ordinance wasn't in place. I think that Councilwoman Perrin and I received an email today relative to the annual pass at $1,000. And I know you and I had a conversation
Yes.
about that because the current annual fee for that particular parking lot, the total, if you went, I guess, and got the monthly pass, it was probably the equivalent of about $500 to $600, and this will be $1,000. And I know you felt, in our conversation, you felt strongly that it should be the same across the board, but I feel like people using that particular lot shouldn't be.
It's been $1,000 for the past 3 years.
I'm sorry?
It's been $1,000 for the past 3 years at
But
the
in
park
that-
and ride.
In that lot?
Yes.
But if they were using, but not in those spaces. But so just let me, bear with me here. So we had one rate for our spaces.
Correct.
But in the spaces that were not covered by us, that were in the short, is it short line, right? It's the Airbrook. Well, so their annual cost, broken down by monthly, was about $500. So it really almost, I don't know how that happens or how that worked, because people with the annual pass from Ridgewood paying $1,000, but other people were just parking on a monthly, maybe not even doing that calculation. So you're saying, then I guess the question is, how many annual passes do we see being utilized in that parking lot from us at the $1,000?
Usually, when we had our parking spaces, they were usually full before COVID.
Okay.
All of our parking spaces were full, and most of them were done with parking passes, parking permits, the hang tags.
But those were those were not the airport.
We had nothing to do with that.
Right, no, I understand that.
And all of our non-premium parking permits are $1,000 and have been for the past 3 years.
So any of the spaces that were utilized in that parking, in our parking spaces there could only have been parked there with the premium pass?
Non-premium pass.
Non-premium, sorry, non-premium.
Yeah. I mean, a premium pass could park there too, but they would pay more. I mean, so they would get the non-premium. And that was also where non-residents could park. And their price is the same as residents because
so
it's a
this fee
state.
now this will cover the whole lot then?
Right, correct.
Okay. Are you
And so we'll have the kiosk, they can pay by Park Mobile, or they can buy the parking permit, whichever they prefer, depending on, I know some people are going in, commuting fewer days. So perhaps it's more beneficial for them to do Park Mobile, or it's more beneficial for them to, pay the kiosk. But if they do go in frequently, it probably is cheaper for them to buy the $1,000 parking permit. And in addition, those parking permits go down each month. So depending on what month they buy, it's prorated by month.
Right, still the same price, it's just prorated.
Well, it's $1,000, and then, it's less because it's 11 Goes months down, or 10 goes down months. $80 a month, basically.
No, I know, but it's still right, it still doesn't change the price, it's still a price, but it's just prorated. So
Right,
you're
depending on when they
utilizing
buy
what
it.
You're paying for
Right.
what you used, okay, got it.
The proposed language doesn't mention the kiosk. Maybe we should insert that on the third line, where it says, only upon payment of the required fees via a multi-space meter.
That's the kiosk. That's the kiosk.
Okay, I had no idea that's what it is.
So maybe just to make it.
Put
clear,
kiosk in
can be
parentheses?
In parens. Let's put kiosk in parens.
Or a slash, whichever way.
Slash.
Yeah.
Sure, we can put that in
It
there.
doesn't hurt to add that.
Sure.
Heather, was this lot essentially full pre-COVID?
It was.
And about what percentage of it is filled every day now?
Gosh. What do you think, Bob?
It had been climbing a little, now it's going back. It was like, I don't know, 100 cars? Jay Chuck would know better than I would.
And then just getting 100 cars out of, what, 500?
Approximately.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right, any questions on this, anyone?
Okay, so we can move forward with metering the whole, or, there's no meters, but charging for the entire lot.
I'm sorry?
We can move forward with charging for the entire lot.
That's what the resolution's asking. Yep.
That's what this ordinance will do.
Ordinance.
Right, to cover the whole lot.
Correct.
Yeah, just so we have to make
Okay.
sure we have the right signage, and I just,
Okay.
I just want to personally, I think that the letter that says motorists were evading paying, I think that the motorists were just confused. I don't think that anyone was trying to skip out on payment. There's a public document that's a little bit.
Oh, I didn't know.
Hmm?
I didn't know. I think there might have been one or two motorists who figured out a way to avoid paying.
I think they did. I think there was confusion, so we need really solid signage.
Yes, we'll
Okay.
get that.
Got it.
The next item is amendment to the Ridgewood resident one-day parking passes.
Excuse me, before we begin, I'm
Sure.
going to recuse myself from this because it affects parking in the central business district that would benefit restaurants and local businesses, so I'm just going to sit out on this one.
Okay. So, in order to obtain a resident daily parking pass, the resident must first obtain a free annual resident sticker. And then they may purchase a daily parking pass on any days they wish to do so. They do so online. It's $10 a day. The daily parking pass used to be that you could park in any lot. In 2020, the Village Council amended the Central Business District parking ordinance to prohibit commuters from parking in the Prospect, Chestnut, and Walnut Street lots so that there would be a turnover of those parking spaces. So what this is suggesting is that first of all, we know there's been an increase in the number of daily parking passes because people are commuting less often. And the amendment would allow those with a Ridgewood resident daily parking pass to park in the train station parking lot, the third level of the Hudson Street garage, the Cottage Place parking lot, and the Route 17 park and ride lot. So it would basically cover the non-premium areas where the hang tags would cover. And it would allow them to still purchase it on a daily basis, if they go in 2 days a week or once a month or whatever it may be. In addition, I know sometimes people use that daily parking pass just to go into New York City, whether to visit friends or family or, go to a restaurant or whatever it may be. We will come out of this COVID pandemic, I'm convinced. And when we get there, people may wish to go in, for something, for a Broadway show, who knows? But what I'm saying is that this would allow them still to get the daily pass for $10 a day, would indicate where they should park, so there's no question. It would not take up the lots that currently are used for shoppers, diners, and those going to businesses in the Central Business District, with those other 3 lots, which we have a 3-hour limit right now. So I'm hopeful. I recommend that we do this so that, first of all, the daily parking pass, people know where they should park. They also have a wide variety of places to park within the village, whether it's a park and ride, Cottage, which is down, one end, the garage, the train station. I think that gives them plenty of opportunity to park near either the train or the bus or, wherever they may want to go, or on Route 17 to take a bus.
Yeah, I'm okay with this. I wonder though, do we ever have people that are confused? I know we had that one issue where somebody parked in the hole
Right.
and they paid for the daily pass, but thought that they could park there. And
Correct.
they wound up getting ticketed. And I wonder if we run into that situation where people don't understand that the train station lot is simply the train station lot and not the area south or the area east.
We can put a map up with that parking pass, probably, if Park Mobile will let us do it, just to, show the lots and where they're
Yeah,
located.
I think it's helpful.
That would
so
be
that
helpful.
We don't run into that
I know we're
again.
working on a lot map anyway
Yeah.
for restaurants, businesses, so that they can direct their
Right, I think most
customers.
people don't realize that's on-street parking.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
That some people don't realize that that's actually street parking.
I agree.
Right.
And also sometimes they confuse the train station. When you go into the train station, you must go to the left for it to be the train station lot, and you can't go up by the restaurant and come in because that's actually 3-hour parking.
Right. Okay.
So, okay.
With respect to a map, rather than just have like a Google Maps pinpoint where a lot is, I think it would be helpful to have the shape of the lot on the map as
Yeah,
well.
that makes sense.
I think we need a cartographer.
Okay.
We need a map maker.
And maybe,
Cartographer.
like, you know how they have the map of the United States and then they have the Hawaiian Islands? Maybe we have the map of CBD parking lots and the garage, and then have Hawaii for the park and ride.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. The next item is the interest rate for delinquent taxes and non-payment of other municipal liens. Again, this is an annual resolution. The interest rates are set by statute, and it also sets the grace period.
Okay.
The next one is the interest rate for other significant sewer discharger fees. Again, this is an annual resolution for non-payment of significant sewer discharger annual flow bills, and it sets the grace period. It's the same interest rates as the non-payment of Ridgewood water bills.
Any questions?
The next one is authorizing estimated 2022 third quarter tax bills. This is an annual resolution to allow the tax collector to mail estimated third quarter 2022 tax bills prior to the tax rate being certified by the county. It allows the village to maintain its financial obligations, to pay the schools, to pay the county for their taxes, and it's proved beneficial for us. Once the estimated tax bills go out, once the tax rate is actually certified by the county, we send out the amended tax bills.
Questions?
The next one is authorizing electronic tax sales. We've done this for the past 2 years, and we've seen it's cost of mailing tax sale notice. This is an annual resolution. It allows or authorizes the tax collector to charge for mailing of tax sale notices. Again, this is set by statute. The next one is the electronic tax sales. This is an annual resolution, allows the tax collector to conduct electronic tax sales through a state-approved vendor. The result has been, for us, more participants and higher prices received. So it's been beneficial for us.
Okay. Questions? Anyone? We're good?
Next one is the award of contract for the annual maintenance for the software for the finance department. It's also used by other departments. It's used for purchasing. It's used for all for purchasing, payroll, accounts payable, receivable, and vouchers. I skipped another one. I apologize. Cancellation of tax overpayments and delinquent amounts. This is an annual resolution which allows the tax collector to cancel any tax overpayment or delinquencies of less than $10.
Okay.
The next item is the amendment to the resolution on the release of letters of credit in Resolution 21-354, which we adopted in November. I believe it released letters of credit for Chestnut Village LLC. The letters of credit were actually issued to 240 Associates LLC, so we need to amend the prior resolution.
Yep.
We were not aware of that, and so this will amend it so that those letters of credit can be released.
Questions? Everybody's good? Okay.
The next is our bond ordinance. Every year in January, we do introduce a bond ordinance. Paving is always on that bond ordinance. Mr. Rooney has indicated that in 2020 it was for $2 million for paving, $2.5 million in 2021, and we're looking again for $2.5 million for paving in 2022. Also included in this is approximately $111,000 for the playground at Kings Pond Park to satisfy the Green Acres diversion. It's comprised of the purchase of the equipment, the installation, and the financing expenses for the bond.
Any questions on that?
Yeah. Why are we building a park at Kings Pond?
The reason we're putting it there is that we do have to put a playground somewhere. And we need to be able to put it in within 6 months of the State House Commission approving our diversion, approving our replacement for the diversion. So that process is moving along. I think originally it was estimated it would be May of this year. It might be in the summer of this year now. But we would have to be able to put that playground in within 6 months. Because of the process at SHPO for the Shedler property, it's taking us a long time to get approvals for each part of the trifurcation. We do have, the berm right now. We are going in with the second part of it shortly, and then we'll go in the third part. So if we didn't have approval from SHPO yet to move forward, and the third part would include the playground area or the field area, and so if we didn't have that approval yet, and we didn't put in that playground in the 6 months, all of our efforts would have been for nothing.
And forgive me, I'm new to all of this, so I'm just trying to get my feet on the ground. So this is for the diversion issue is for something that happened in the 80s?
Early 80s.
And who is it that's making us do this within?
Green Acres.
And if we have we proposed to them the possibility, instead of putting a park where, and again, I don't know that we need it or don't need it at Kings Pond, but we know we're going to put one at Shedler. Mm-hmm. Have we proposed to Green Acres to say that since it's been 40 years and we have a proposal in, let's talk about putting this at Shedler so that we're not putting a park in where perhaps, I'm not saying we don't need it or we do need it, perhaps it would be better utilized.
Well, it's statutory the 6 months after the approval, and so they don't have wiggle room. And
they don't
so
have, I'm sorry.
Wiggle room. It has to be done within 6 months of the approval.
Or what happens?
Or else everything we did for the diversion, we wouldn't have satisfied the requirements, which one of the requirements is to put in a playground.
I'm wondering, but we have not applied to them and requested an
They
extension.
have told us this is the process.
So
And we must have that playground in within 6 months of the State House Commission approving the replacement for the diversion.
No, and I understand they've told us that, but if we have we proposed a different plan explaining the situation, especially considering with COVID, everything is backed up, everything is slowed down. I understand that this is statutory. However, many agencies have exercised discretion in matters like this. So have we applied or requested in any way?
So I want to jump in a little here
Go ahead.
because when we first met with Green Acres on this, we actually didn't have to put a park in, a playground. They said we didn't need one. We
Correct.
were not obligated to do it whatsoever. So there were other things going on behind the scenes resulting in now us being required to put in this playground. We have worked so hard to resolve this issue. I don't think we should do anything to upset the apple cart. We can use a playground at Kings Pond. There's certainly a need for one there, and we will be putting one in at Shedler as well. But this satisfies this diversion, and my suggestion is we continue with this plan, which has been a long road to get this done, to resolve this. And it's fairly complicated, but I think that the village council and the village manager and our attorney and members of village staff have done an amazing job getting us to this point, and I don't think we should do anything to upset the apple cart.
And believe me, what I always say about where I am now is I don't know what I don't know. So I understand that completely. Here's my question. But for this diversion deadline, would we be putting a park at Kings Pond?
We've discussed it before,
Yes.
and especially now that it's been redone. It had been discussed in the past, yes.
It's been discussed, but we probably wouldn't be putting it there but for this diversion.
No, I'm saying it
deadline.
was discussed to put it there. So there may have been a playground put there. So I can't say one way or another.
And the other thing I think you've got to know is that when this issue first came up, out of rechecking by DEP after a number of years of checking it before, in our inventory of open space, in between when the property had been taken that now needs to be compensated for back in the 80s. We've purchased Tabernacle, we've purchased Shedler. The DEP would not consider those in substitute for this. So that kind of predicted that we had to look elsewhere to find other properties that we either had to purchase or that we own that could be utilized for open space or park type space. And that's what led to it. But we had purchased those and they would not consider either the Shedler property or the Tabernacle property as compensation for what was taken back in the 80s.
So we've approached Green Acres on putting this park at Shedler, and they said no.
This has been going on since before I've been on the council. So when Ken Gabbert was village manager,
Correct.
I think some ambitious intern at the DEP finally discovered this error in like 2012. And if you have an extra 7 or 8 or 9 hours, I could sit down with you and go through every single iteration of this plan that we went through when I've been on this village council. We've had countless closed session meetings with it. The mayor's driven down to visit with Green Acres. There's been so much going. We looked at paper streets, like Matt tried to say. We said between Tabernacle and Shedler, that's like 17 acres of parkland that we bought to preserve to replace this quarter acre that was taken away, and they wouldn't touch it. So I wouldn't even want to lightly breathe on this proposal at this point. It has been a culmination of years and hours of painful work to get to this point. And it's really what's at stake is $750,000 that's still being held because the penalty, it's Green Acres funding that was given to the village, I believe, for the purchase of both Tabernacle and Shedler. And once they discovered this error after they awarded those grants, they are holding them.
So in answer to Paul's question, I think basically the tenet of using Shedler, which had as its purpose when it was purchased both active and passive use, when that was dispelled and not acceptable to the state, we had to look elsewhere to put it. Was there an actual ask about whether or not if we put some extra activity on Shedler, would that suffice? I think so. I'm not sure, but they would not consider Shedler property as compensation for what was taken before.
So Green Acres has basically reviewed the idea of putting this at Shedler and said no.
That I can't answer.
No,
I think that what we've done is we have worked.
And by the way, thank you all for indulging me because I am coming to the party late on this.
I think that we have worked tirelessly and we've spent a considerable amount of money to get to this point. And I think that we should continue with the plan to move ahead. I believe that the installation of a playground at Kings Pond Park is a plus. There are neighborhood children, so it's certainly something that is an enhancement in the area. And certainly there'll also be one installed at Shedler. So it's not like there wouldn't be one at Shedler. There'll just be 2 playgrounds, and I think that benefits children over in one area of the village and in another area. But right now, I think we should just continue moving forward, proceed as planned, so that we don't upset this apple cart. I think we're in a really good place right now.
We are.
And I don't think that we should do anything to upset that.
Right, and at the end of the day, the state legislature has to approve this. So I would really hate to get to the point where they approve this and then we have our 6-month window to add the park, and then all of a sudden the plan changes and we miss that window, and then what? Then I don't know. I don't want to find out the answer to that
Yeah,
either.
because we'll be back to square one, and we've spent, I mean, it's countless hours of staff time. It's funding that we've used. We've had to do surveys and
Title.
Yeah, thank you, title. And so we've done a ton of work on this, and vacating and other things, I think. And so we've done so much work on it. I just don't think that this is like one of those things we're looking forward to getting done, to tying up, being done.
I would like to hear from our Parks Director as to why she thinks professionally this is a good place for a playground. Because I am concerned what one public commenter said tonight about the geese population over there.
There are also geese on Veterans Field. I want to point that out. And we have a very popular playground here.
Yeah.
Good evening. I can share with you that when we very first looked at...
Is your mic on?
Yes. When we very first looked at the redevelopment of Kings Pond Park, when we develop parks, we look at them in phases. So always what we do is that we'll start with the infrastructure, and then we will go to the plantings, and then finally the recreational amenities. In our very first conceptual conversation, when village manager Chris Rudeshauser, Janet Fricke, and I met with the neighbors in May of 2016, we did propose to them a playground. They were very skeptical at the time of our redevelopment of that area. There were residents that most definitely wanted a change. There were some trust issues. There were conversations about added traffic and parking and what ifs. But I can share with you that through these last 3 years, the residents on Lakeview are extremely happy. So I do believe that this playground will be an amenity that all of the neighbors can embrace. Our parks have become destinations, especially with COVID now. Our participation rates at all of our parks are increasing, and I think it's an asset to the community.
Thank you very much, Nancy.
So Nancy, I actually had, when you said the trust issue, I had to laugh because we had the resident that every time a new council was sworn in, he came to the microphone and said, are you going to be the ones to fix this? And I think at the time in 2014, in 2016 and 2014, we said, we're going to do this. And amazingly, it's magnificent and it is done. And thank you to you and to Heather and everyone else.
We're three-quarters of the way
It's just
there.
an amazing
You know,
transformation.
the best parts are yet to come. The observation dock, finalizing the walking trail, and the playground.
Yeah, but I do think it was a major trust issue, but and it is an amazing,
Improvement.
magnificent transformation. It's beautiful, just beautiful.
Thank
Gorgeous. Okay, so we'll move on to policy and the pickleball noise reduction. So there was a memo which was given to you this evening, actually, but I'll have Nancy Bigoso, Director of Parks and Recreation, speak about this.
So very quickly, I know that you've got these packets in front of you this evening. Once again, I have been able to do some research in regards to the noise reduction at the Glen pickleball courts. And in doing some Google research, finding the best specialist, I've developed a relationship now with Stop Noise out of Shasta, Minnesota. This technician was familiar with the village of Ridgewood. and our pickleball, which is a little embarrassing maybe.
Who isn't?
And his first suggestion was exactly what we did with the vinyl acoustical panels. And he said that was the very first thing that he would have recommended that we do for noise reduction. His second suggestion is what he is calling an absorption exterior grade acoustical curtain. I do have a sample of this product. And I can share with you the dramatic difference in this product is that this product absorbs the noise, rather than the panels that we have would curtail the noise, would reflect it back into the courts. This fiberglass panel will absorb the pickleball noise. So that's major. You know, he said for us to be able to utilize both types of materials would greatly reduce the sound. His recommendation to us is to, and you can look on your papers this evening, these curtains come in 48-inch widths. We've decided on a 10-foot curtain. He suggests that we take our old panels down, put them on the outside perimeter of the courts, and install these absorber panels on the inside for added noise reduction. So I did get a quote from them that is in your packet this evening. I can tell you I haven't gotten into colors or time it takes or availability of the product. Tonight's conversation with you was purely conceptual. You know, if this was something that you wanted engineering and myself to look into, I did share all that I learned with Chris Rudeshauser, our village engineer. Chris did opine. He called me last night and he's like, Nan, this looks like a win. I said, I hope so. He's, you know, what do you need from me? And I said, I'm not really sure. You know, I'm not sure where we're going, but I did want to let you know that he researched, he investigated the materials. He and I talked about the fact that it's waterproof, it is an exterior product, it is specifically made for outdoor use. The panels will come with grommets, so it's familiar for that type of exterior work where they have machinery or equipment or situations where they need to reduce the noise between the equipment and the residents or the consumer or whomever. So I just wanted you to be able to take a look, to consider this a little bit. I'm, you know, open to questions. Could still do some more research, but it's what I've come up with thus far.
Thank you, Nancy. I know I've asked for this, and this is almost exactly what I was thinking, you know, how this would go. So I would be of the opinion, please go move forward with this, get us, you know, the details that we need, and, you know, the sooner we can get this done, the better, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. We have everybody else, but I say go for it.
So I just have a couple questions before we go for it. That's the 1-inch thickness, because if I'm reading this correctly, there's a 2-inch thick.
That's the 2-inch. That is the 2-inch.
That's, can we see that again?
Yeah.
Or I could definitely Mayor, I could reach out to him and see. I have so many papers.
You know what I'm thinking? If this is the one, you think this is the 2-inch?
I do.
Really?
Because it would make sense that he would send us what we're looking to install, and it was definitely the 2-inch that he and I had discussed.
So could you confirm with him?
I
that
will.
What he sent is the 2-inch, because I would say that we should go for the heavy duty.
The heavier? Okay.
You know, the best possible, because I don't want to be going back and saying, okay, well, this doesn't work, and now we have to go and put in
Yeah,
more.
and is the 2-inch the thickest that they have?
Yes. It comes in either 1 or 2. And I can tell you that the quote that we have, I believe is, yes.
Yeah, it says
is for the 2-inch thick fiberglass. And it's 3,400 linear feet is what we're looking for. So it would be 3 sides again that we're looking to be able to cover with this material.
I vote for the beige or the tan.
What color are the existing panels?
Black.
They are black. I thought they
Yeah.
were black. If they're black, I would go with the black. I would just be consistent. Black always makes the trees look greener.
But it's hotter.
Well, I mean, it's hot. I mean, it's like vinyl. It's going to be sweltering. Okay, wait, let's not talk about color.
I recommend that we table the color discussion.
Yeah. We'll flip a coin on the color.
I'm not a color guy, so I'll recuse myself from this one because I have nothing to add.
And
I'm
then-
more construction oriented.
I'm okay with tan or beige. I just don't even know what the difference between tan and beige would be, but okay.
Will you be putting this in your budget request?
I would think so.
Yeah, but could we, I mean, if we're going to do this, can we see if we can find, I mean, what is it, 20, how much?
$22,000.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe we can look to see if we have this somewhere.
Don't we have money in the budget allocated for pickleball courts in another location? Is there money for something like that right now?
I don't believe so.
Or am I?
There's a request in the capital budget for 2023 for installation of new courts.
But there's that money hasn't been allocated?
No.
Got it.
No, but instead of waiting, because then we're going to have to go through this whole cycle and wait, we can just ask if there's any money available that maybe can be allocated to getting this done sooner, because otherwise, if we don't, if we're interested in proceeding, then there's going to be a downtime. Presumably, they're going to manufacture whatever. There's going to be a turnaround time, lead time for this. We'll be looking at the end of the summer if we wade through budget season. So I don't know if Bob Rooney can take a look and see if
Yeah.
there's any.
I'll have him take a look.
He just gave the thumbs up. He's going to look. And bring back good news, right? Okay.
It's like asking the Grinch for money.
Okay. It never hurts to ask, right?
Nope. Nance, are there other companies that manufacture, I'm going to imagine, panels that do the same thing?
I honestly don't know. I did some research. The number one product out there for the sound remediation was the vinyl panels, the acoustical fence that we purchased. I've got 3 different manufacturers right now, and all 3 of them, that was their number one suggestion for
Over
us.
this?
Yes, which is what we've already done. So his suggestion was to be able to absorb the sound rather than reflect it, and that's the big difference. So I can certainly look into, and I will have to, right, get other quotes in order to move along on this. And I don't know, they're out in Minnesota, so I don't even know if there's anybody closer, but I can certainly move forward if that's your desire.
I mean, I think that this is as Mike said, this would appear to be a great direction to go in. And I'm just wondering if, as Susan said, there's a thicker panel, because if we're going to spend X, spending X plus whatever
Okay.
for the best possible remedy would be good for all concerned.
I will certainly look into that.
Great.
And then would we be getting the EVG on both sides, or the one side with the non-woven? Did you?
I'm
so
sorry,
this-
Mayor, I
this-
can't
like
hear
the-
you.
There's two different, it appears to be two
Wait,
different.
Susan, you need to speak into the mic.
Oh, sorry, thank you. So it appears to be two different, the options on the facing, so it's the external grade vinyl or the NPS. So did he explain to you the difference between those two?
So he did not, but this, like I said to you before, this was conceptual. This was a product. Councilman Vagianos has just asked me to do some additional research and find other manufacturers of similar product, and I will find that, do some apples to apples, get some other quotes, and prioritize this project for the rest of the week.
And if you could get a idea of the lifespan of the product.
Okay.
I don't know if it said it in there.
And then also, if he has any local installs, would be helpful.
Certainly.
This sounds like it might be something that we could install in-house if it comes with grommets and just wire holders.
Does this seem significantly different to you than the other padding that we put on?
Oh, absolutely.
It does feel different, right?
It's totally different.
Oh, the other stuff, Susan, it's not padding. It's maybe a 1/4 inch or 3/8 inch
I know. That's why
hard plastic.
That's how I remember it.
Yes. So that way, as Nancy says, you just hearing the explanation, you can see where that reflects the sound and pushes it. It bounces off of that.
This
and
is
comes back
absorbing
in,
the
whereas
sound.
This absorbs.
Right.
The two together, I am guessing one would augment the other, and you'd have a better cumulative effect.
All right, so we just need a couple of things then, the other manufacturers, and then if there's a local install that we can kind of take a look, and I'm definitely against the gray.
Yeah, I don't like the gray either.
And I'll also confirm if this is the 2-inch, because I don't know if that's 2 inches.
It's on my list.
It could be 2 inches before they compress it, I guess. I don't know, but if this is measured that way, it doesn't look, certainly not 2 inches.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
While we're discussing this, and I know I asked Heather to put this on the agenda for tonight, I'd like to talk about the hours for pickleball. So I know that several of us have taken what I call the pickleball tour around the neighborhood. And what are the council's thoughts
So,
on...
Paul, actually, I don't think we should deviate from the agenda because that wasn't on the agenda, and there may be residents who may have wanted to attend tonight's meeting and weigh in on that. So if it's not on our agenda, I don't think that we should pursue that conversation right now.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Let's, Heather, can we put this on the agenda for the 26th, please?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next item is discussion of encouraging alternative green energy for Ridgewood, which is eager, and Councilwoman Perrin is going to discuss this.
Yes. This is the program that Green Ridgewood has put before the council before, but now we have a new member on the council, and the idea behind it is that if you bundle Ridgewood residents' collective demand for and need for electricity across the village, we could look for a supplier to give us a supply with more renewable energy content. Well, what is renewable energy? It can be a number of things. It can be geothermal, solar, wind, biomass, hydroelectric, landfill gas, municipal solid waste. It can be generated by tidal forces. It can be from anaerobic digestion or fuel cells. So any of those can be part of the program. That could be part of our request for proposal from suppliers. The idea is when you have a bundled group, it's more of an incentive for the third-party suppliers to come up with a good price for you. And the beauty of this program is a fixed price for electricity instead of the fluctuating price that we now get from PSE&G. The idea behind all of it is to encourage the growth of renewable energy, and we would be working with a consultant who is paid by the third-party supplier, not by the village, to time it so that we put out a request for proposal at a particular point when the prices would be best. That's different from PSE&G, which has to go out to auction when the Board of Public Utilities tells them they have to go out. So working with a consultant can really benefit our residents and help us get a higher, a better quality electricity. So what would first have to happen if we want to support this, if we want to try it, is we would have to pass an ordinance. And then we would go out and look for the right consultant. And that person would help us tell people what's coming. We wouldn't just spring this on the residents. We let them know in advance. And it sometimes happens that when you put out the RFP, you don't get any bids back that you like. But eventually, many towns have gotten a better deal and better content. And I think it's worth trying. I disagree with Andrew Lowery that the only thing local governments can do to reduce global warming is plant a tree. No, here is a way to improve air quality, and it's even passive for us, really. We don't have to do anything. The program is set up so that all residents would be notified 30 days in advance that this program is coming, and they could opt out before it even begins. But in general, all residents would be opted in, and except for those who already have solar panels or who have signed up with third-party suppliers on their own. Many people have tried these third-party suppliers, but what this program offers is better security because the village attorney would look over the contract, and so would the Bureau of Public Utilities. And it is, as I say, a fixed price, which when you get that solicitation in the mail from those third-party suppliers, you don't have those protections. When we had the consultant come here the last time, he said that under this kind of a program, we can definitely get a better deal than people can individually. So I think this is a really good program to bring more renewable energy to our town. I should say that PSE&G does have a certain content of renewable energy, which right now is 23.5%, and that is scheduled to go up incrementally, bit by bit, until 2030 when they get to 50%. We can do better. We can arrange for what we want. This allows our community to customize the electricity we get to suit our needs. And so I suggest that we pass the ordinance.
So, I read all the materials, and I realized that in one of the bullet points in here is that the SCA strengthened their buying power and saved all this money, but they actually didn't renew in 2021 because the cost was actually significantly higher. So
I'm sorry, Susan, I couldn't quite hear you. Apologize.
So, we're talking about a time right now in everyone's lives where inflation is hitting hard, and people know what they have with PSE&G fluctuations. One of the things that occurred, I did my research on this, and the SEA, for instance, did not renew their contracts in 2021 because the pricing was too high. The PSE&G pricing was better, and so for their residents on all those municipalities, all reverted right back to PSE&G. I am always concerned with opting people into something and causing them to have to pick up the phone or to take an action to opt out. I'm always concerned about that. For me personally, I would be probably upset to think that we opted our residents into something and caused them to have to take an action to opt out. But that's just probably for me personally, and I think I've heard from a lot of residents who seem to feel similarly. They don't want to be opted into something. If they want to opt in, they'll do it, but they don't want to have to take an action of opting out. And even though I do agree that the intent is good, I'm very concerned that people are grappling with the increased cost every day. They really are struggling, and this might be a problem.
My opinion on this hasn't changed since it was first brought up. It doesn't cost us anything to go out and see what the rates are, and we don't have to accept what we get if we don't like it. We don't even have to go in this program. And I expressed concerns months and months ago before inflation was a thing that costs were going to rise in energy and inflation generally. So if we would have went out months ago and got quotes and they were about the same as they were at that time, and we locked them in for a year, right now everybody in Ridgewood would probably still be paying the same rates from months ago, and they wouldn't have seen those increases that we've seen over the last few months recently. So again, I'm 100% for going out and seeing what the proposals are, since they don't cost us anything and we're not obligated to jump in and opt everybody in. If at that point when we get the proposals back, we review them, we have meetings, and if they're higher, if we can't get a good price, nothing says that we have to do that. We can say, thank you, we tried, but it's not going to work out for us. If we get something that's about the same, I'm still concerned that costs are going to go up and be more expensive at this time next year than they are now. So if we could lock in something for a year now that's relatively close to what we're paying, I would think that's a good thing.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that electric rates went up. I'm just talking about general inflation. I wasn't suggesting electric.
I'm talking about that too.
Right,
That's
I wasn't suggesting, because I don't think those actually went up.
Energy, my bill has gone up significantly.
Electric, okay.
And my electric and my gas has gone up significantly. So again, it doesn't cost anything and it doesn't hurt to ask. So I would be in favor of at least going out and getting quotes for this to see if it makes sense. And then at that point, we would have to make a decision whether or not we want to opt everyone in or say thanks but no thanks. But until we actually have the information in front of us, we're all just guessing. Like, I don't know, maybe we get good rates, maybe we get the same rates, maybe they're outrageous and it doesn't make sense. But right now, it's nothing but pure speculation until we actually get quotes in front of us, which don't cost us anything. So again, I'd be in favor of at least that part of it. And then once we get the information, take it from there.
Okay, that works for me.
I have questions. And I'm listening to both Susan and Mike. Do we have to expend any money for this consultant?
None.
So it costs us nothing. And if we follow a consultant's advice to opt into this as a town, that would only be if the rates were low enough to justify opting in below PSE&G, correct?
Well, yeah. So you're going to lock into a rate, but let's just say you lock into one rate at this level, but PSE&G, you're locked into that, so you're there for
Right.
that year. But if PSE&G drops below that for the remainder of the year, you're stuck.
But we would not opt in unless the rates were what we felt was below PSE&G, correct?
But you won't
Pam?
know what you don't have a crystal ball. You
but
won't know
what they are for
fluctuations
PSE&G at that time, correct?
at that moment.
At that moment.
Right.
And we have our consultants' recommendation as to where they feel PSE&G rates might be going in the future, and it's not a guarantee, but it's an informed recommendation. Right, Pam?
Yes.
So, and to follow up on that, if PSE&G's rates climbed, we can we then recommend to all of our residents that they opt out? We can.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering why, this would appear to me to be a cost savings for all of our residents, that if the market changed, we can send out notices, recommend to everyone. We have 6,000 people on our e-notice, 6,000 residents. We can recommend to everyone that they opt out and go back to PSE&G.
Well, I don't know if that would be a breach of contract, because you can't go into an ordinance and sign a contract for 1 year with a company to guarantee that you're going to do this and then make the recommendation. I would imagine that's a breach of contract.
And the other side of it is that do we really want to get involved, and just on this point alone,
right?
Do we want to get involved in making financial decisions for others in terms of telling them that? Because if we approach it that way, then we're obligated to take an action if we see that the rates are going down. We have to
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part, Matt.
We possibly take on an obligation to give them advice as to when to opt out or opt in.
Well, I think
so I don't think
saying at that point,
from a liability standpoint, I don't think we want to get in that, but we can discuss that further.
well, if we here, let me rephrase the opting out part of that. Is that to say that if whatever the kilowatt hour we're being charged is $1 an hour, and PSE&G's rates have now dropped to 75 cents an hour, we are fine informing our residents of that and of their option to opt out.
Well, I think what you end up doing in a situation like this is setting up those parameters from the outset, letting them know that you have the option you have the ability to opt out when you feel that the cost for the energy that you're paying for is increasing beyond where you want it to, or you want to go back to, whichever way you want to go. But the decision has got to be theirs. I think once you take on an interim, aspect of it, it's sort of like, what can I equate it to? Once we take on certain things as a municipality and we start to do it, then we're responsible for it. There are certain aspects of, should we go around and look at all the streets for ice in the wintertime? Should we, not that we don't go through it with our paving, but should we look for specific areas that might be problematic? I think we ran into a liability issue with this in a lawsuit many years ago, where we're dealing with telephone poles and street lights that are maintained by PSE&G, and we were, as a favor, notifying PSE&G when they were out for our residents and for the people, for safety issues. And the issue became a problem for us because it was a matter of, once we start doing it, then now are we obligated to do it, or do we have to have a responsibility to do that? Because people rely on it. So I think we have to just be careful with what we're going to be doing with regard to this program. And certainly, as Pam pointed out, the contract gets reviewed. Our obligations under that contract get reviewed. And we can speak more clearly to that, I think, once we see that contract and what our obligations might be.
And I think that hits the nail on the head, is we can all speak more clearly because we're all conjecturing of what that contractual obligation might be. And since there's no obligation and no cost to engaging in this discussion and moving forward at this point, I'm with Mike on this.
You're what?
I'm with Mike on this. I
Yeah,
support.
no, I kind of agree that if it's not costing us anything
Sure.
to just do the ordinance and look at it, that's fine. I think that whose winds up sending out the cards, the notification? Is that on us or them?
I think that is their burden, but I'm not entirely sure.
I think I remember the consultant saying that they would handle that, because I remember we had a meeting with them, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think they said they
It came to a
handled.
council meeting, I think.
It was with the green
I
team.
don't, yeah, I just don't remember.
Yeah, no, it was a green team, because it came out of the committee, so we discussed this at the green team level, and we had, I think it was an hour or so or 45 minutes that they talked about this, but it was several months ago, so I'm just kind of going off memory.
They do a lot of the public outreach and education.
I just recall they never were able to come back to us with the details of how this may or may not save money. I think that was one of the big sticking points at the time, was that they actually couldn't come back to us and say with any level of certainty that this was actually going to save people money. And the one thing we never want to do is have an end result where people are paying more. And I think that we have an obligation to
No, I
make
agree.
certain that we protect residents and from that. So I think that was one of the big concerns, and they just never were able to do that. And
I think you had asked for historical comparisons, and they balked at that because every town is different, your load is different, and therefore the bids you get are different, and there is no comparing apples to apples in this situation. And so they couldn't give us that kind of background.
Well,
And I think you have to look at it as a matter of providing an opportunity and providing the mechanism to make that opportunity happen in a as they call it here, in putting everybody together and going in as a group rather than doing it individually. We don't want to get in the habit of making recommendations about what is going to be to your financial benefit or that type of thing.
Right.
So we have to approach it that way, I think. So.
All right, so I'm not saying that I'm 100% for or against this. I just want to get the bids and then make a more informed decision.
Okay. So why don't we do that?
Well, it's set up by the ordinance that you have in your packet.
Right.
Well, I think that's the next step. In order to find out more information, find out the bids, we just need to pass the ordinance, which obligates us to nothing, costs us nothing, correct?
Yeah, I want to go through the ordinance just to make sure again, but certainly if that's the case, that's the way we should proceed.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And this would be just for residents. It would not be for businesses or for the school district. Okay?
Why not for businesses?
Because it makes it too complicated. And this is a recommendation from Green Ridgewood to leave those out. And I think that Bob Chilton from Gable Associates also recommended that we start with residential at least.
Sounds like a good start, and we can always find out more about all of these things that we're conjecturing about later.
Is it the billing that makes it more complicated if dealing with businesses?
Well, for one thing, businesses do have an opt-out, an opt-in, as I recall, an opt-in possibility under the statute, which residents don't. So that's a difference.
Okay, so we'll put that on the agenda for next week to introduce.
Okay.
The next 4 items are community development block grants. The first is for an endorsement of a community development block grant home application by Children's Aid and Family Services for $180,000. It will renovate a home on Prospect Street owned by Children's Aid and Family Services to create a 5-bedroom, 3.5-bathroom, 2-story group home for 5 developmentally disabled residents. In all of these community development block grant applications, we adopt a resolution. It does not obligate any financial contribution by the village, but the nonprofit groups are required to get endorsement of the governing body of the town in which they're located. So that's the first one. The second one is for a community development block grant for Share. Actually, there are two for Share. One is for a new air conditioning unit for Share at 130 Prospect Street. That is $16,000. It will include the air conditioning unit, a pad, the installation, and the other one is also for 130 Prospect Street for $13,300 for renovation of the front of the house, including removing debris from the roof, removing and replacing the existing soffit and gutter, installation of a new drip edge metal on the roof. The next one is for Family Promise in the amount of $24,000. And this is for a project entitled Steps to Success, Empowering Families Through Workforce Development. So all four of these need endorsement by the village council in order for them to apply for this through Bergen County. Okay?
Any questions?
All right. The next is sewers and sewage disposal fees. These are out-of-village dischargers. In looking at the fee schedule, it was noticed that the fees have not been increased since 2016. So the current rate for a single dwelling unit in an adjacent town is $400 per year. The recommendation is to raise it to $475 per year. And actually, the village has some connections with the Northwest Bergen County Utilities Authority, and those are actually $495 per year to connect, for our village residents to connect to Northwest Bergen County Utilities Authority. So it's less than their charge. He also is considering raising the annual service charge for non-residential dischargers outside the village's municipal boundaries from $400 to $525, and an annual service charge for significant dischargers from $5,000 to $5,750. So this is the recommendation of Mr. Ruddershauser.
Heather, what does EDU mean? EDU per calendar year?
Equivalent
Dwelling
unit.
Right.
I think it's about 105 or 109,000 gallons. It's basically what the average residential home uses in water throughout the year. If you use over that, then the excessive sewer discharge kicks in.
Correct.
Thank
you.
Okay, so we'll do this next week. The next one is authorizing the village to join the Hunterdon County Educational Services Commission Cooperative Purchasing Organization. It would provide another option for purchasing goods and services for the village. There's no fee to join. We just need to adopt a resolution to execute the draft agreement. We belong to many cooperative purchasing entities, and they've all been very beneficial for us in trying to find vendors for various items we wish to purchase. Okay. The next item is the review of next week's agenda. We'll have one proclamation, Jamboree Days. We have swearing in of our fire chief and a police sergeant. We're going to cut down on the numbers of swearing-ins we're doing in one night. We'll split them over the next 3 months. We'll do 2 each month. We have no introduction of ordinances for Ridgewood Water and no public hearings. Ridgewood Water resolutions, award of contract, various water main replacements, award contract under state contract, furniture for new Ridgewood Water headquarters. We have one for Interior Solutions, another for Exemplis, and the last one for Steelcase Inc. Authorize a change order for the EV charging space. We'll see what it comes back with for the second one, for the new Ridgewood Water headquarters. Accept Ridgewood Water annual maintenance fee and establish the interest rates for the delinquent payments. Introduction of ordinances. We have the bond ordinance for general capital. We have amending the fees for sewers and sewage disposal fees. We have the amending Chapter 265 for Route 17 Park and Ride Lot, and amending Chapter 265 for Ridgewood resident daily parking passes, and then the energy aggregation ordinance as well. Public hearing, we have amending Chapter 145 for the fees for grading pool, tennis, and pickleball membership fees. Resolution authorizing the tax assessor, tax collector to file appeals and/or settlement stipulations. This is an annual resolution. This also authorizes the tax assessor with the village attorney to conduct settlement negotiations before the tax court of New Jersey. Award contract annual maintenance for software for the finance department. Authorized shared services agreement for the school resource officer. This is $100,000. It's $200,000 per school year. It's $100,000 for the village to pay and $100,000 for the Board of Education to pay. We've had a school resource officer now for, I think, 4 or 5 years. It's been very beneficial. Authorize a shared services agreement for the Bergen County Police Chiefs Association Mutual Aid Plan and Rapid Deployment Force. Again, this is through the Bergen County Police Chiefs Association. It's a shared services agreement with all police departments in Bergen County to assist each other during various emergencies, including natural emergencies, weather emergencies, man-made causes, and all municipalities in Bergen County adopt this shared services resolution. We also have authorized execution of agreement for the trial period for the use of the foam cycle, expanded polystyrene densifier, the certifying compliance with federal civil rights requirements. This states that the Village of Ridgewood's hiring practices as they pertain to an individual's criminal history are in compliance with federal guidelines. This must be adopted every single year. It's an annual resolution, and so it's the same resolution each year, and it must be adopted each year prior to the budget being introduced. So we usually do it in January, so we don't forget to do so. We have established the interest rates for the delinquent taxes, non-payment of assessments, and other municipal liens, establishing the interest rates for delinquent payments for significant sewer discharger bills, endorsing the applications for community development block grants for Share Inc. for the air conditioning, for Share Inc. for the renovation to the front of the house, for Family Promise, for Steps to Success, empowering families through workforce development, for a community development block grant for the home for Children's Aid and Family Services, for the renovation of a home on Prospect Street, authorizing the mailing of estimated 2022 third quarter tax bills, authorizing the electronic tax sales, authorize the cancellation of tax overpayments and delinquent amounts, authorizing the tax collector to charge for mailing of tax sale notices, amending the resolution for the release of the escrowed funds and irrevocable letters of credit for 240 Associates, LLC, authorized joining Huntington County ESC Cooperative Purchasing Program. Did you want any of those items off of the consent agenda?
Nope.
Okay.
All right. Very good. With that, we'll go back to public comment, not to exceed 5 minutes per person. Looks like we'll be done with that.
Why don't we take...
Before we do, just get to that, I just wanted to say there may be one item that Paul is recused on, which is the amendment to the Ridgewood resident one-day parking passes.
That's right.
Okay, right, so pull that.
Okay.
Good
So
catch.
that has to be...
For the daily, well, again, that's an introduction of an ordinance, so he would just recuse himself from that, right?
Right, that's not on a resolution.
It's not a consent.
Right, not a resolution.
Great.
Okay, all right, very good.
And,
Okay.
and in terms of the 5-minute comment period, why don't we give everyone a couple of minutes if there is anyone down at the Annie Zusi Center, so that they
No,
can come
there's
up
no
here.
one, I think there's no one down there that's closed.
We
It's
have someone
closed.
check.
Yeah, I think we're.
I mean, I'll go down and check if we have to.
No, there's no one down there. They're closed. All right, but we'll give it a few minutes, just in case.
And
If
while we're
any-
doing that, I want to take a minute to thank my council colleagues, Heather, and the members of the audience for working together to make this a safer environment that we can all work in. So I appreciate all of you Thank you. And staff, excuse me, who were waiting out in the hallway. So,
Mike's gonna
again,
run.
greatly appreciated.
Mike's going to run down and confirm, but I'm pretty sure it's all locked up at this point, so. What is this? Oh. Yeah, I think this is, you know, I think these are emails that are out of context because you're not seeing the conversation in the middle of those. So it's just a speculation or assumptions on the part of somebody.
Okay, thank you.
We do closed here too, right?
Yes, so we're going to be doing we're going to remain here. So once Mike gets back and we take a resolution to go into closed session, we're going to just remain in the courtroom, okay? I feel like we should be timing. Is Mike running or is he walking? Is he strolling? Is he jogging?
Mike is not as quick as he once was.
Oh, look at this. Okay, very good. With that, we are ending public comment and we will take a resolution to go into closed session.
Second.
Be it resolved. It has to be read.
Sorry, that was, my mic wasn't on. I said so moved.
Be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on January 5, 2022 at 7:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as the matter on the agenda can be reached, and that said closed session be held in the Sidney V. Stoltz courtroom of Ridgewood Village Hall, 131 North Maple Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey. And be it further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited to personnel matters to include white-collar and blue-collar negotiations, and legal matters to include O'Connor versus VOR, Town Garage, and update on Green Acres diversion. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 et sec, and be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed completed by resolution of the Village Council. Now may I have a motion?
Pam, you want to
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Violet,
Opposed?
is there anything
Good
you
night.
need? I'm sorry? Sure, you want to just talk to Violet a second? Yeah. All right, because we're going to shut our mics and our television off and everything else, so all good. Did you see what, just as you were talking about electricity,